Any scatterers? Oh, no scatters so far. Oh, well, there they are. Okay, there they are. Okay, nice, nice, nice. Okay. What is up, everybody? Welcome to the Thursday stream. Not even close to the last stream of the week. I'm gonna be live tomorrow as well for the new pack. I have decided. I wanna check out the new format after the new cards release in Master Duel. So we're gonna stream tomorrow and we're gonna stream on Sunday for the Challenger Cup. I think it's the last Challenger Cup of the what season is it? Spring season? Uh yeah, the last Challenger Cup of the spring season is happening on Sunday. It is a 512 player Challenger Cup, so you guys can still sign up. There is still some room left. Like I think we're only halfway full so far. So make sure you check that out if you want to take part. But yeah, we have more streams to come. We're gonna stream tomorrow and on Sunday, but today is gonna be cool because we're doing something that I have been asked for a lot, and I haven't done it in quite a while, and that's the deck doctoring, where I've had my Twitch subscribers submit different deck lists that they plan to bring to nationals or regionals or whatever, and we're gonna take a look at those later today and see if I can help people improve them, which is always a very requested series or whatever, and we're gonna do another iteration today. Unprecedented. It's not unprecedented. And no. Anyways, we're starting with the warm up. We're not gonna start that discussion. Only EU. The Challenger Cup is EU only. Yes. I'm still hopeful that they change that for future seasons, but for now, this one is EU only. Unfortunately. All right. Let us begin. This feels familiar. Oh, that's only Bimaru. That's the graceful tear, I think. That's a cubic, isn't it? Duza? Duza. Gishki Shadow. Oh. What's going on today? Okay. I feel like I've seen this one, but I can't tell what it's called. I don't know what it's called. Gateway Dragon? Gateway Dragon. Yeah, I couldn't have done that one. I didn't know that. This is not this not magic deflector, is it? This like it looks similar. It's like virus cannon. Or is it deflector? No, it's not deflector. It's the other one. Magic bumbler? Oh, that's not a thing. Reflector. Okay, unfortunately. No idea. Jolt counter. Well, I hope it's just red gadget. No, okay, nice. I don't know you. Some little dragon guy. Check some dragon. Crimson Blader? I don't know. Oh, is that Meteor Bee Dragon? Yeah. Thunder Dragon Roar. Feelings? Don't know. Digit jamming. Oh, not the... Please not the shark. Oh, that's a Girgia. Girgi... Is that Anchor? Yeah. This feels familiar. I think this is like an ice barrier, but I have no idea. Like ice barrier. Yeah, this is like an ice barrier general or something. General Grunnard. I think there's even multiple generals. So like, yeah, no shot. Bap Bap, thank you for the 2 months, and I am Fatals, thank you for the 7. Oh, that's Melissa Vorse. Spoon, right? That's a spoon. This is not Inferno Reckless Summon, but it looks very similar, I think. Grave of Enkindling. Yeah. Goatee! Is that Deep Beyond? Please be Deep Beyond. No. Okay, I don't know. I must admit, I do not know the goatee super well. I think this one starts with an A. V-Hawk, thing with a 20. Dude, not a... What? There's a flower cardigan with giant Trunade on it? Willow? Just Willow. Okay. Dude, if that ever pops up in the card guesser and it zooms in into the face of the thing and I'm guessing giant Trunade, I'm gonna be so pissed. Shifting Shadows? I don't... This is super old. I don't know. This is like... Yeah, I don't know. This like Nubian Guard or something? Royal Keeper. Comics, think about a tier 1 sub. Appreciate that. Oh, this is the new ice barrier, the Trishula Zero or whatever it's called. Zero Dragon. That one. Who's this? Is that Trifor Tessops? Trifor Tressops, yeah. Oh, is that the Azusa again? Yeah, we had that recently. Red Cardinal maybe? No. Oh, this is one of the Gaia stuff. Curse of Dragon. Curse of Dragonfire. Yeah. Floodgate Trap Hole. Fish. Dude, the torpedo, the fish, the trap card. Fish, is it fish depth charge? Depth charge? Oh, that one. Right, not it's not fish torpedo. I thought it was called fish torpedo. Electric jellyfish. Yeah. That's Schild Limit Dragon. Oh, Fabled Ragin. Not sure what this is. Not sure if I've seen it even. What is that? A Darkest Dragon Doom Rider. Roxy's, right? Those are Roxy's? Yeah. That is Performapal Odd Eyes Unicorn. Should be. Yep. Is that Golden Bamboo Sword? No. Original Bamboo Sword? Oh, come on. Okay, that was that. Okay, it was just lagging. Oh, this is the sheep. Mystical wool, not sheep. Mystical sheep, not wool. One. This is right for repair, I think. Another goatee, dude? Come on. Is this a goatee even? I'm not sure. Is this a goatee? I don't know. Maybe not. Not a goatee? Okay. Divine Dragon Aqua Bizarre. I feel like I've seen this one. This is like, is that a Kwakimairu? Oh, I'm not sure. Sword Breaker? Sword Breaker. Okay, not a Kwakimairu. Oh, not the Evol. I hate the Evol cards because I can never remember which one is which. But you can always tell from the first thing that it's an Evol. Evo Instant. Wait, this feels very familiar. That's, is that like the Phantom Knight rank up? Phantom Knight rank up magic launch. Yeah. This is that spirit. The is it Yamato no Kami? Okay, nice. Getting Gen X or scrap vibes. Yeah, this is scrap. The scrap mind reader, right? Yeah. It's probably gonna have Galaxy in its name, but I have no idea. Core of Chaos. Okay, not even Galaxy. Infernoid. I think this is Tierra again. We had Tierra yesterday. Pretty sure that's Tierra. Fabled? Maybe not. Not sure. Is that a Fabled? Dark Lord Naston? Naston. Sky Scourge. Sky Scourge? I can't spell. Citadels. Legacy of Yada. Oh, not the ninja card. I don't know what it's called. I've seen it. Silver armor. Silver senor. Don't know. Come on, 800 is so close. Who is this? This is like the Titanial retrain. No. Autumn. Queen of Autumn leaves? Shirubime. That one. Okay, 801. We'll take it. We'll take it. It counts. Not washed. Easy clap. Not washed at all. I don't know what that was. Easy. That was good. Solid start. Solid start. Dude, it's funny because this is exactly the believer range. We hit exactly the believer range. The believer range for the Gamba is 801. The believers are eating good today. Barely. Not even close. We did the bare minimum. Oh. Rank 4 warrior exceeds today. Not a dark. That shouldn't be too hard. What was there? Rank 4. I mean, yeah, Utopia is 2000 defense though. Right? Utopia is 2000 defense, so that's not it. There was this the heroic dude. Multiple heroic dudes actually. Low defense. Heroic. Excalibur, too much defense. Too much defense. No heroic. Gandiva. Even Gandiva has too much defense because it's less than 1500. Exiton Knight was a fiend, right? Yep. Gem Knight Pearl is not a warrior. It could be a Battling Boxer again. Let's see if it's a Battling Boxer again. Low defense on an Xyz is what we're looking for. They all have too much defense. Too much defense. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's a Battling Boxer either. Any of the Constellars warriors? Beast warrior. Warrior, but main deck monster. Machine. Okay, Pleiades is a warrior, sick, but that's the only rank 5. Excalibur. No, that's 2000 defense. I already looked at that. Shadow Shien. 6 Samurai. Dude, that was a good guess. That was a good idea. It's an Earth. It's less than 2500 attack. It's more than 400 defense, and it's from 2013 or 14. Blade Armor Ninja is a wind monster. Dude, rank 4 Earth Warrior. What is that? Gagaga Samurai. That could be it. No, too much defense. Also, the year doesn't work. It's not Gagaga Samurai. Zubaba General. That works, right? Ha! How? Come on, man. Blade Armor Ninja is a wind monster. Is there another Zubaba? No. Oh, come on, man. That was such a good idea. The Noble Knight Exceed. Oh, the Artorigus is that's a light. Are there even Noble Knights that are not light? It was in the Number Hunter set. Dude, I'm not gonna know that one. I'm afraid I might not know this one. Cosmic Hero King Arthur. Yeah, dude, I haven't ever seen this before. 2 level 4 warriors. If this card would be destroyed by battle, you can detach an exceeds material from it instead. If you do, it gains 500, and if it does, inflict 500 damage to your opponent. Time card! Alright, yeah. Dude, the other two were such good guesses. It's crazy. They like everything. I thought it was Zubaba General. I thought it was gonna be Zubaba General for real. But okay. Alright, cool. This looks like something that would have seen play at the time. Nah. 2013, I mean, look. There's more powerful things you can overlay 2 rank 4s into than this in 2013 even. No shot. Alright. A Lavalval chain? Yeah, for example. A Lavalval chain, a Daigusto Emerald, a Diamond Direwolf, an Evil Swarm Exciton Knight. Even though Exciton might be 2014. Wait, is Exciton? No, Exciton is 2013. Isn't it? I don't know. Maestroke? Yeah, Maestroke is basically the same, but generic, right? Maestroke also can't be destroyed. Oh, Exciton is 2014. Okay, my bad. All right. Milan Haki, thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate you. Welcome back. Cool. That being said, let me hold up. Fix my scenes real quick. Up. All right. All right, we're doing Card Guesser today. We're doing Deck Doctor today. We're doing Deck Doctor today, but before we do, I want to show you something real quick. Something really cool that arrived today. That, well, it's not that cool for me, but it's pretty cool for you guys. Hold up. Because Holon sent me a little package, which is full of stuff that I can give to you guys over the next couple weeks. You look at that. All of these are packs of sleeves with these are bigger packs of sleeves, and these are always packs of 15 of OCG sleeves, like these ones. And it's like I haven't counted them, but it's a lot of different ones and a lot of packs of 15 sleeves. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna bring a bunch of these to German nationals as well, and hand them out to people, and then some of them I'm gonna give away on stream, like some of these bigger packs of OCG sleeves. But for the most part, I'm gonna be bringing these to German nationals and give them away as well. So shout outs to Holon Card Shop for hooking me up with all of these. if anything, I mean, it's for you guys. I asked them to give me some stuff to give away to you guys, so that's what we have here, and yeah, that's pretty cool. It's pretty dope. So shout outs to Holon, exclamation mark Holon in chat. Josh 5% off, and hit me up at German Nationals if you want some of these, as many as I have left. You know, I don't know how many I'm gonna bring and how many I'm gonna have left at any certain time, but if I still have any, you can have some. So ask me for those at German Nationals. So just wanted to mention that real quick. Shout outs for that. Not legal for, oh, they are legal for Euros, of course. They're official Yu-Gi-Oh sleeves, all of those. What are you talking about? People are taking this whole sleeve rule change a little bit too seriously. Okay. Steiny, thank you for the 18. Appreciate that. All right, what we're gonna do today, or what we have been doing for the last couple of days, is I open submissions in my Discord server for everyone that has the subscriber role over on the Discord, and you guys submitted all kinds of different decks over there, and we're gonna go through these together and improve them. Now, my goal with this is obviously to give the individual people some help, but also to just like talk about some overall deck building aspects in general. So I'm hoping it's helpful to everyone, not only the people that have submitted deck lists, or not only the people that play that specific deck, because a lot of the concepts, a lot of the ideas, a lot of the feedback that we're going to be talking about today can obviously be applied to a bunch of different decks in the current format, right? But I also want to preface this by saying that I don't know every single deck perfectly in the current format. I haven't played with all of them, so I'm going to give you advice to the best of my abilities, but I haven't played. We have a lot of submissions, and I have not played every single deck out of all of these, right? So I'm gonna try my best to help you improve your decks, and I hope it's going to be a fun and good learning experience as well. All right, so, and we're just gonna see how long it takes. We're probably just gonna go until we keep getting repeats in terms of what deck there's people submitted, because there's no point in going over 10 different Snake Eye decks. But we're just gonna scroll down the thing. We have a bunch of submissions, and we're gonna see how long it takes us and how much how many we're gonna do. But we are gonna start with a Trap Labyrinth deck submitted by Maxwin, and I asked you guys for some context in terms of, like, you know, telling me what you want to do with the deck, where you're gonna bring it, and it's like budgeting reasons, for example, like saying like, oh, I'm not playing SP because I can't afford it or whatever, which is obviously completely fine, and then I'm not gonna tell you to put SP in it. So Maxwin said, building the deck for German Nationals. I'm playing 41 cards because I moved Rivalry to the main deck. Labyrinth setup was not previously there. I'm still not sure of the card, but it was very helpful in some grind games. Didn't play Punishment because the extra deck lock lost me too many games. Also, I need some opinions on the side deck if I need to move things around. Might also want to bring Eradicator for the Runic Stun matchup, but I don't know what to cut in the side deck. All right. So this is Labyrinth. And I've played this version of Labyrinth before, even though I haven't played it in the last couple weeks, but I do think I have a solid idea of what's going on here. The first thing I'm noticing is that because you've taken out the Dogmatica punishments and you've replaced, like, if I'm looking at the standard version, the standard in my head is like the version that got top 8 at YCS Indie, was like the one by Raymond Dye, right? Which played it was very close to this one. It was also the hand traps were only Nibiru and Imperm, and then it was like the backjack with furniture and Arias combinations is like that makes up the rest of your hand traps. I personally feel like when I'm looking at this, it's a little bit too heavy on the discard side. Like you're playing right now, you're playing 6 copies of the furnitures, right? And you have 3 backjack, 3 blackout lavs, and 2 transaction rollbacks. I'm not sure if that quite adds up. Like in the sense that like you're just not gonna draw a way to discard those cards super consistently. But yeah, I'm kind of torn on rollback in Labyrinth. Funnily enough, it's like one of the cards that when it came out was super hyped for Labyrinth, but I'm not sure if it's like if it's been proven that other stuff is better. I still like rollback, and I think if you've tested it and you like it, I think it's fine to keep it around. I also really like Dogmatica Punishment though. Like I am a huge fan of Dogmatica Punishment, and I feel like you'd want to max out on that card. Or like not max out, but play it at least as a 2-of for Trap Trick. You said that you lose games because of the extra deck lock. I personally feel like that shouldn't happen that much, right? I feel like that shouldn't happen. How about Ice Dragon's Prison? Ice Dragon's Prison is fine in the current format. It's like, I don't think it has a matchup where it's completely insane, but it also, I don't think has a matchup where it's terrible. My concern with cards like the Black Goat Laughs, or like more like Ice Dragon's Prison, I feel like if you go for, I'm looking at these trap cards and I'm seeing like, okay, well, if I go Arias for Destructive Daruma Karma Cannon, or Arias for Trap Trick into Daruma Karma Cannon, then I'm probably fine, right? Going second. If I Arias into Ice Dragon's Prison, that's probably not enough against a good amount of decks, right? So I'm not sure. I kind of like the Black Goat Laughs. It's kind of weird because Labyrinth has is like in a cool position right now because it's got like the luxury of choosing between a lot of really powerful trap cards. No field spell seems wrong. I mean, we're side decking the field spell for the matchups where we want it. I do think in the heavy furniture version, it's probably okay to main deck it because you're gonna have access to your welcome traps like a good amount of the time, so you might want to bring out the field spell to establish control over the game. One thing I could imagine why, like, you've mentioned that you lose games after the Dogmatica punishment restriction, right? Like something like the field spell could help you win those games, right? Because maybe it's like your deck without having access to the extra deck doesn't have enough oomph to establish control over the game, right? This is something that could change if you maybe have the field spell in place as well, because then it's a lot easier to establish control over the game with just your engine, right? Without having access to the extra deck. So like legitimately, I'm looking at this deck and literally the only cards that are even debatable at the moment for me are Black Goat, Rollback, and whether you want to main deck Rivalry. But I'm gonna be honest with you, I think main deck and Rivalry is probably good right now. So it's literally only the Black Goat and Transaction Rollback that can be cut, right? And so I like the field spell. I like 2 copies of Punishment. So I would probably swap out some amount of Black Goats and Rollbacks for those. The rest of the deck is completely fine. I don't know if you want to main deck Called by the Grave. It's like the kind of card that's really good going first, kind of mediocre going second. But yeah. What about 3 of regular welcome? 3 regular welcomes is good. Mainly because it's a good pairing with Arias. Like Arias plus welcome or Arias plus Ariana can fix your hands where you have a backjack but no furniture, or you have a coup clock but no furniture, right? A lot of these combinations are missing a furniture sometimes because you only have 6 furnitures and you can't go higher. And so if you open Arias plus welcome, you can go Arias welcome into Ariana into furniture, and then you have the furniture to discard your backjack or whatever it is, right? Or your rollback or your Black Goat Laughs. Even though if you have Arias, you can also just set the Black Goat, and that's probably okay. But that doesn't give you engine, right? So I think I personally would probably do I would probably try to cut the Black Goat, cut the rollback, which puts you at 36, and then I would add 2 punishment, the field spell, and the 3rd welcome lab. That would be my preferred way to try Labyrinth right now. Which I think is very close to what Raymond Dye also did well at the YCS with. So I feel like you can't go wrong with that. And then obviously you're doing some extra deck adjustments, which might mean that you have to take out the 2 Unchained cards out of your side deck. I think that is fine though. I think you can do that. I think Phantasme is an insane card in Labyrinth because you can fix your hand to find the Arias or the furniture that you're missing or whatever. I love Phantasme in the side deck for this deck for going second. I am not entirely sure how good Lord of the Heavenly Prison is because like I know Raymond Dye played it as well. I saw his list and there must be something to it, I feel like, but at the same time I don't really see the appeal. I never really felt like this deck was super weak to something like Lightning Storm even, because you don't have that many real trap cards set, right? Like most of your cards are just like chainable anyways, but yeah. I don't think Mass Back Raid is popular. I can only imagine it's maybe for the Tenpai matchup, because that's like the one deck that runs Duster and Lightning Storm. But if I side deck one card against Tenpai that I need to draw, I would much rather like play a trap card that just has like a lingering effect, right? Like if you're getting Lightning Stormed against Tenpai, or like if you're playing against Tenpai and you're going first, would you rather open Heavenly Prison or would you rather open Steamul Archfiend or D-Barrier or whatever, right? Like I feel like it's better to open one of those trap cards directly instead of just the Heavenly Prison. But of course, Heavenly Prison can get you into your engine if you don't draw it. But I feel like that is a problem that modern Furniture Labyrinth doesn't have anymore. I feel like nowadays with this deck, you are always going to see engine because you have so much of it, right? So I don't know if I like Heavenly Prison. Sphere Mode is another card that I feel a little iffy on. I feel like it's okay, but the deck still kind of relies on I feel like you still kind of rely on stopping your opponent from creating a big board. I don't know if Sphere Mode really makes you win. I don't know if there's a specific matchup that you have it for, but I'm not sure how much I love Sphere Mode right now. Well, yeah. I might want to bring Eradicator for the Runic Stun matchup. Yeah, like I said, I think the Lord of the Heavenly Prison, the Unchained package, and the Sphere Modes are stuff that you can't cut. The Labyrinth probably moves into the main deck, and the Labyrinth setup, I don't know if you have a specific matchup in mind when you say it's for the grind game, but I don't know if I like side decking that card. I feel like you can build your deck in a way that you can main deck it, or you just don't play it at all unless there's a specific matchup that you really need it for. I don't know which one that would be. It's good in the mirror. Is it that good in the mirror though? Like I still feel like the Labyrinth mirror is very much a quote unquote race to who's getting to their like who has a board position first. Like if you have a super well established board, I think it doesn't even matter if you go +1 with the Labyrinth setup or whatever. Like I don't think that makes a huge difference. I think Labyrinth is a lot more about like establishing control over the game, and as soon as you have it, then you're not going to give it away. Like I would honestly, if I'm playing the Labyrinth mirror, I would almost rather play a second copy of the field spell or something, or Eradicator, you know, like Eradicator, that is a card that wins the mirror, right? Like that if like you can just do 2 things at the same time, you know, beat Runic Stun and beat the mirror with something like 2 copies of Eradicator. You know, I'd rather do that, or more copies of Lady. That card also wins the mirror, like early on, right? Those are good cards in the mirror. Do you think Labyrinth is viable? I think Labyrinth overall is fine right now. Yeah, I don't think it's the best deck, but I think it's solid, and I think it's fun too. Like if it's just It's a different style of deck, but I think it's really cool. I like it a lot. All right, I need to do a quick toilet break, and then I'll be right back for the next one. Let me open up the next deck so you guys can already look at it. Oh, we got tier limits. All right, there you go. All right. Share stream over. Here we are. Tier lament. Now, giving feedback on tier limit, I always find incredibly difficult because it feels like you can do so many different things with it and everything has like a merit to it. I personally don't actually know if I prefer the Horus version over other things you can do, but this one, it looks solid to me. I am. It's been a while since I've played TCG tier limits. I think I've only done like a couple remote duels with it, if I remember correctly. Why I'm still hungry? Thank you for the 20 months. Also, Disco Dieter, thank you for the 2. Appreciate that. The only thing that I don't like from this list, I think, is the King of the Swamps. I'm personally just not a fan of the King of the Swamp. I don't even think it's bad. Like, that's what I mean. Like, I feel like it's a lot of personal preference when it comes to building tier elements, but I don't love King of the Swamp that much at the moment. What's the point of King of the Swamp without Chimera? I mean, I still see the point, right? King of the Swamp still makes Grapha or Rulkolos to insulate your plays from Nibiru. I personally just felt like the best approach to tier limit in that regard was just to make an early Bahamut Shark to threaten Toad. That was my favorite way to outplay Nibiru with the deck. That felt a lot cleaner than going for the Grapha or the Rulkolos lines with King of the Swamp, right? It felt a lot cleaner to go for that, right? So maybe just take out the King of the Swamps. I personally think Dangers are fine, because they give you link material. You would need to play an SP. I'm not sure if SP is not there for budget reasons. I think SP like dangers are only good if you play SP, because then you have something really good to turn those bodies into. Droplet is a fair suggestion. Yeah, Droplet is nice. I also like more copies of Talents. I think Talents is really, really good in a deck like Tearlament. Like the taking out the 3 King of the Swamp and the Poly would allow you to play like just more copies of Talents or some Dangers or whatever. And I think that'd be good. I also like 3 Sulik in the TCG. No. Not sure if you need Fenrir. You never need Fenrir in Tearlaments. The weird part about Fenrir is that if you like it's the kind of card in tier that if it's drawn, it's really good. And if it's milled, it obviously does nothing for you. And that is that's tough. Finding the balance with those kind of cards in Tearlaments is relatively hard. I think it's cool though, because I mean cards like Talents or Super Poly technically are the same, right? Drawn good, milled bad. But Fenrir at least is both engine and non-engine at the same time. I think that's very valuable. So I do like some amount of Fenrirs in the deck. I feel like a single heartbeat is needed. That's a good point. Yeah, heartbeat should be in the side deck at the minimum, I think. I like that suggestion. All right. We have Raw I'm a Dinosaur submitting Manadium for the 7th deck doctor in a row, I feel like. All right. And I feel like for the 7th time in a row, I'm going to say what I'm going to say now, which is I have not played a lot of Manadium. So my feedback on Manadium is probably not the most valuable, but let me see. So this, right off the bat, I'm seeing the Centurion cards. This reminds me of that deck. I've seen this top somewhere. I don't remember where it was, but I've definitely seen a Centurion Manadium brew beforehand. Can you say your deck is bad? Finally buy a new one. Okay, there you go. Now I guess I said it now. It topped Dutch Nationals. That's what it was. Yeah. So because I haven't played a lot of Manadium, I'm just gonna talk about what I see and my impression, right? If my impressions are wrong, you probably know that. Why no Emblema? Yeah, that's an interesting question. I guess we're already at 44. So what I'm seeing here is you've taken a board breaker approach, which I think is hard in the current format. But if any deck can pull it off, it's probably a deck like Manadium that has a lot of like gas and a lot of just like it's a very explosive deck, right? And so I think if any deck can do that, it would probably be Manadium. Because Manadium feels like the kind of deck where you just throw everything at them, and if something works, then you're in a really good position because one card can turn into a lot of card advantage or like a lot of pressure. So obviously 3 Rhymeheart, that's good. Meek is good. Rykart at 3, I don't know if it's necessary, but I guess it also works kind of as an extender. Scareclaw Cash, Visas at 2, Visas Samsara at 3, that's good. 3 Fenrir, obviously, the minimum of the Centurion package. 1 Imaginings I think is good. 2 Obsession is also fine. 3 Calarium is good. I like 2 Arrival. I like 2 Reichphobia in case you draw it. I like the 1 of Perlorino. I'm not sure how I feel about the Realm Oilogy. This is Triff reasoning, right? Like the maining this card and not the counter trap, I think is okay. My overall question is, do you need one of these? Or can't you just go without it completely? But I guess it's fine. I think you get hand trapped so much you won't often get the bonus. That's what I'm thinking, right? Because almost no one is on real board breaker decks. Most people are playing hand traps. Shouldn't you be winning the games where you get this far anyways? Like, do you really need a search target for that specific ad? I'm not sure. So I think that card is not 100% mandatory. The terraforming, obviously, the Rhoda, obviously, 3 talents, big fan, 3 droplet, also good. Stand up, part of the Centurion package is fine. Called by, obviously, Synchro Rumble is the search target for Crimson Dragon, which seems fine as well. So if you take out the Oilogy, you would go to 43. I have no idea what it does to the consistency of your deck. If you were to play Emblema Oath, but like, does Emblema Oath, I forgot, does Emblema Oath have any locks on it? Like, why isn't Emblema Oath just like a emergency teleport for Centurion cards? Emblema Oath. Place a Centurion from your deck in your spell and trap zone as a face-up continuous trap. For the rest of this turn, while you control that card or any cards with the same name, you cannot special from the extra deck except Centurion monsters, or set a Centurion spell trap directly from your deck. Okay, so yeah, that's not that great. That's really not that great. You can't search it. Yeah, it's not about that. It's just the fact that it's a good card overall. But I guess you're playing a small Centurion package for a reason. Yeah, no, this list is fine. I kind of like how this is built. Like, you guys know I'm not a huge fan of Vanadium, but if I was to try a Vanadium list, it would probably look something like this. Right? It would probably look something like this. Like, I would maybe consider taking out the Realm Oilogy. I would maybe consider cutting down on maybe 1 Rykard. I don't know how good of a starter that really is. But, like, other than that, it looks pretty clean to me. The extra deck seems about right as well. And the side deck, we've got, obviously, leaning into that board breaker approach. Which also seems fine. I don't know what these extra deck cards are doing for specific matchups. I feel like this is something that also Triff was doing for going second with those, but I guess it's hard to fit those in the main deck, so I get it. No, this seems fine. I like how this is built. Sorry to say it, but this just looks like less funny Lightsworn Centurion, doesn't it? I mean, the Vanadium is like always the less funny version of something. Vanadium, if you're playing Vanadium, you're playing a less funny version of Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, that's just how it works. That's the deal you're signing if you bring a Vanadium deck. Okay, we have another tier limit deck from Europa Boy. I think we've talked about tier limit enough. Instead, let's talk about this one. Why are you submitting me this? Oh, man. Just want to have fun and troll people that I play against. Voices, the hardest matchup by far. The rest is very chill unless they have an out or you brick. But that's what the Heat Soul package is there for. The Heat Soul package. My question would be if you think the format has evolved too fast for certain older cards to be viable and thus becoming rather redundant for the game. Would love to hear your opinion about that. And of course about my silly deck list. Well, I mean, yes, the game has evolved in its 20 plus year lifespan. I guess 25th anniversary, even though the TCG is not really... How old is the TCG? 22 years? Whatever. Yes, the game has evolved and certain strategies have not aged super well. One thing I did realize recently when I was bringing back the Paleo deck is that I do think some old strategies that people have almost forgotten about have certain advantages. That does not mean that they're actually good. Like, for example, my Paleo deck I think is a solid deck, but it has a lot of flaws. But I'm noticing over and over and over again that like a lot of cards that people play because they are good in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, like hand traps or whatever, don't do anything to my outdated paleo deck, right? And the same is true here, right? Like the concept of chain burn is like something that modern Yu-Gi-Oh decks don't have a lot of answers for. If it was a good strategy, people would probably play maybe answers to it, but like for the most part, people don't play answers to something like this, right? I personally don't think this is something that can or should work well. But it certainly would be enough to annoy some people. And it's certainly like I think another core thing that you have to realize when you're playing decks like this is that you very much rely on your opponent to not know how to play around this sort of thing, right? Like if you're playing against someone who knows what to do against a deck like this, you almost have a 0% chance of winning, right? Because they're simply not gonna put like, as long as you don't put like a lot of cards onto the field against Chain Burn, so you don't take infinite damage from Just Deserts or Ceasefire or Secret Blast, they never have enough damage before you can beat them. Like you put like, if you put one monster onto the field or two maybe, right? And then preferably you also have a way to counter like Dimension Wall or whatever. Like let's say you only attack them with like SP Little Knight and something else. Then and then you can always dodge Dimension Wall, and you empty your board relatively fast so that you don't take damage from Secret Blast and so on and so forth, and you just like can't lose, right? So this is the one thing that you're kind of signing up for if you're playing old decks like this, or outdated decks or niche strategies, is that like they're not actually good. They're only good if your opponent doesn't know what to play around. And what the hell does this dragon do anyways? Mahama the Fairy Dragon. During your opponent's turn, when either player takes battle damage, you can special summon this card from your hand, then apply one of these effects, gain life points equal to the damage, or inflict damage to your opponent equal to the damage. Okay, so it's like a mini magic cylinder, but you still take the damage. Okay. One thing I'm noticing is that this deck almost has no draw power. Like how do you get enough cards to burn your opponent? Like, because you're opening with 5 cards, right? How do you like I don't think you're doing enough damage, right? Because you don't even have much battle protection or like at all, right? You have nothing. So you're just gonna like, every deck is gonna have the opportunity to kill you immediately. And if you don't have the means to burn them to death, then with your opening hand, this is basically an FTK deck, right? Like if you don't have the means to kill the opponent in your opening hand, you're just gonna die yourself, right? So like, that seems weird. But yeah, I mean, I can't give you much feedback on Chainburn other than that, because I haven't played it in a long time. 15 years or something, to be precise. All right, we got a memento submission from Zain, saying, planning to take this deck to the LA regionals next week, hoping for some advice on it. All right. First and foremost, I want to give you a shout out for not playing Cranium Burst, because I think that card is not actually good. I think Fractured Hands is the much better trap card. You never need both. And I personally think that Fractured Hands is a lot better than Cranium Burst because it's a lot less situational. You're side taking it maybe for specific matchups, but I think in the main deck, Fractured Hands is a lot stronger. Personally, I think this list looks very solid. I do think, for the most part, I agree with every decision. The only thing that is maybe a little questionable is the inclusion of Forbidden Droplet. I am noticing this a lot where people throw Forbidden Droplet into pretty much any deck that has graveyard synergies, with which Memento does have some graveyard synergies, because obviously you want some of these names to be in the graveyard. At the same time, nothing in Memento gives you an immediate advantage when it's being sent to the graveyard, right? Like, you still basically need to be able to play the game after you droplet before you can make use of those cards in the graveyard. It's like, because the only real value you get in Memento from cards being in your graveyard is the fact that you need 5 different names for combined creation. I guess sometimes sending fusion to the graveyard can be fine, but other than that, it's like every card you send to for droplet needs to be a Memento name, and it's only basically 1/5 of the summoning condition of combined creation. And summoning combined creation doesn't even like win you the game or anything. It's just like it's solid, it's part of your plan, but it alone doesn't achieve that much. So I'm not a fan of droplet in this deck. I think Memento already really struggles with card economy, right? Like you're going low on cards relatively fast, I feel like, and you're not playing through hand traps super well, which is a problem in the current format. So I think I would replace droplet, and I would either replace it with crossout to counter some of these hand traps, or I would replace it with mourner to go full on these effect negation hand traps, which is, you know, think of that what you will, but I think it is probably the best approach to a hand trap deck in this format, to just play 3 Veiler, 3 Imperm, 3 Mourner. Yeah. If you have to main deck, there can be only one or not. That's up to you. I think you could also leave it at 40 and just not main it, but at the same time, it's a really strong card. So I do understand if you want to main it and make it 41. I don't think anything else is cuttable outside of maybe the 1-for-1. I feel like 1-for-1 in general, and this also goes to all the Snake Eye players or any other deck that might want to play 1-for-1 in this current format. 1-for-1 feels weird, because it's usually, and that's an awkward situation to be in right now, but it's usually a 2-for-1, because you're spending 2 cards, and most of the time you're being met with 1 hand trap, and then that's it. You know, like, you usually you're summoning something that just gets negated anyway. But you have to like discard a valuable card from your hand a lot of the time. Yeah, the card is actually lying to you. Yes. So I don't know if I love 1-for-1. Maybe you can cut 1-for-1 and droplet and play like mourners, and then I would like it. The extra deck seems fine. I haven't played enough Memento to suggest any like niche cards here, but this seems about right. I'm not seeing anything that's missing. The side deck is fine too. I don't know if I like Lightning Storm. I feel like, yeah, I don't think I like Lightning Storm in this. I think Lightning Storm can be replaced by something like, I think Feather Duster is fine. Yeah. And then a one of, I don't know if Droll and Lockbird. What deck is Droll and Lockbird really good against right now? This paleo deck. Voiceless? I don't think you even need Droll against Voiceless. Like, it's not bad, but like, Voiceless is not your main concern, and you have other hand traps that are good against it. Tenpai? Like, the thing with Tenpai in this instance is, if you're siding Droll and Lockbird for Tenpai, you could be siding much better cards. I don't think I like Lockbird right now. Lockbird and Lightning Storm are replaceable. The rest is fine. All right, we have Mugen Man submitting, I think that's Goblin Riders. Yep. Brought this deck to YCS Indie, didn't do so hot. Some changes I'm already planning is dropping Droll, maxing out Ogre in the main, and considering adding a second target for Armor Fortress in case I draw the trap. Should I try to make this 40? Is it worth running the one-offs for cross-out targets? Any other good stuff I might have forgotten to bring? I also hope you don't look at my deck too early because I'm an NA viewer. Well, okay, it's like, it's kind of early, but we're going just by the order of decks submitted, so could have submitted later, I guess. Now you have to go back and watch the VOD. It's fine. Goblin Rider is a deck that I literally have not... I've heard of people playing it. I've heard of people playing Goblin Rider. I've never actually seen someone play Goblin Rider at a tournament. Like, it might be... It might just be made up. Like, I'm not sure if anyone has actually ever played Goblin Riders since they come out. Like, maybe people are just saying they play Goblin Rider, but no one actually does. It might be a myth. I don't know. We got to see. They submitted the extra deck in a separate screenshot. Yes. Goblin Rider reminds me of, like, just... I don't even know what it reminds me of. Maybe it's Gold Pride Punk because of the rank 3 packages that you're doing. Like, it's just, it reminds me of Punk Piles from like 2 years ago, where you just slam a bunch of stuff together that just spams the board, and you play a whole bunch of hand traps to fix it all together, to hold it together. Which I guess is fine, but nothing too crazy, because there's other decks that do it. Like, this is basically, think of this as like a Snake Eye deck, but instead of doing Snake Eye combo, you're making what, like Big Gabonga? So that's like the difference. In terms of how it's built, I think playing one of hand traps for crossout is completely fine if the deck struggles with hand traps, which I'm thinking is the reason why you're playing crossout. So the deck must struggle with hand traps in some capacity. I think Droll and Lockbird, as you have already identified, is not necessary in the current format. Even as a crossout target, I don't think you need it in the main deck. Simply because not enough people are playing crossout, are playing Droll and Lockbird. I think Mourner, Veiler, Imperm, Ash, and Nibiru, and Ghost Ogre, if it hurts your deck, are completely fine to play as crossout targets. Like, that actually seems like well built. I also, to answer your other question, I'm looking at this deck and I honestly don't feel like you should try to keep this 40 cards, because I'm looking at this and I'm seeing a lot of cards that I feel like you don't want to draw. I'm looking at Teketomborg. I'm looking at some of the one-of Goblin Riders. I'm looking at the full armor trap and all that. And I'm thinking, dude, honestly, maybe this wants to be more than like 40 cards by far. Like, maybe you want to go even higher. Like, maybe you should be playing more of those hand traps, like the ones that you're only playing one copy of. Maybe you should be playing 3 Veilers, 3 Mourners. Maybe you can, like, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to add, like, is there another good starter card is what I'm trying to find out for Goblin Riders. Like, is there another card that we can play that makes it so we can go up in hand traps and up in starters in an equal amount, so we have a lower rate of drawing our bricks? Right? That's what I'm trying to think of, right? Snake Eye Ash. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you can use prosperity or something like that. I don't know, but my idea would be play some more hand traps, play some more starters, so you have the same amount of odds of opening hand traps or starters, but you have a lower amount of drawing your bricks, because this deck looks like it has a lot of bricks. And then maybe that's overall better, right? This seems like the kind of deck that doesn't want to play close to 40. Ooh, we have a good one. We have Illusion Melodious Chimera by Darkor. This deck is something that is also still on my list of decks that I want to try before German Nationals. I haven't tried it yet, so I can't tell you whether I actually like it or not. But it is one of the decks that I want to try. I like the concept of it. I think it's pretty cool. I don't know if it's better than just pure Chimera or pure Melodious individually. There's a chance it's not, because the first thing I'm noticing is that it's obviously very, very tight. Like, we're already playing 44 cards, and it's only 3 Ash, 3 Imperm. And whenever I see that, whenever I see a deck right now, and this is one of the bad things of the current format, right? Like, there are formats where it's completely fine to play decks like this, where you play 3 Ash, 3 Imperm, and you just call it a day, and then going second, you're fine. The current format, unfortunately, is not one of those formats. I feel like a deck that only plays those cards, when it goes second, it just gets comboed on way too often. And I don't know if Melodious Chimera has the means to really break a board going second super consistently. Like, yes, if you draw, let's say you draw an Imperm, but your opponent extends through it, and then the remaining 5 cards in your hand are like Ostinato, Talents, Patchwork, Mirror Sword Knight, and an Apprentice Magician or something, then yes, maybe you can, right? Like, but like most of the time, you're gonna have some redundant cards, maybe something that you don't want to draw, like a Couplet or a Concerto or a Poly or a Diabells or a Master Tau or whatever in your hand, and then it doesn't work out because like, you don't have the ways to push through your opponent's interruptions, right? So that'd be my concern with the deck. But honestly, I don't know if there's a way that you could even fix it if you want to play Melodious Chimera, right? That is just something that you sign up. That's sometimes you gotta understand that certain decks offer certain advantages and have certain disadvantages that you just accept when you decide to play a deck, right? Like, you can't fix every issue of every deck, right? And I think one issue of Melodious Chimera is that you have low non-engine counts, so going second is going to be hard a decent amount of the time. Not always. Sometimes you draw 2 Imperms and you're fine. But in general, that is a problem for Melodious Chimera, I think. That being said, I think your main deck is well built. I like the main deck. I think it's solid. It's playing all the cards that I would expect it to play. Don't know if the Edge Imp package is necessary. Maybe that is the way you could fix it. Maybe you can take out the 8 Patchwork cards, which puts you to 36, and then you can throw in like 3 Effect Veilers and a 3rd Talons or something, and then maybe it's fine, right? That could work. But I like the way it's built. I like the way the main deck is built. I also like the way the extra deck is built, and that doesn't look like it's missing anything. So let's go into the side deck. So you're playing, and this is really cool, you're playing Archfiend Harris, or Harris, I don't know, which searches an Archfiend card, and you're playing that with Simul Archfiends and Archfiend Eccentric. That's really cool. I like whenever something like this is possible. So you're sending this because it's a Fiend monster. You're sending it with the Baphomet fusion. And it gives you the ability to search Simul Archfiend or to search Archfiend Eccentric to outspell and traps or monsters. That's pretty cool. I like that package. The King Tiger and the Barrier Statue, they're cringe cards, but I think if you're playing a deck that can access them super easily, you probably do so. So I understand that as well. So let's take a look at the other cards that you've chosen to play, which is Droplet, Crow, and Cosmic. So the first thing that I'm seeing instantly is I don't feel like this deck is probably fine, honestly, against everything in the format, except for Snake Eyes. Like, I'm seeing this and I'm like, this has something for everything, but not really for Snake Eye, right? Like, going second against Snake Eye, I feel like you just don't have much, right? Like Crow isn't that good against Snake Eye. Cosmic doesn't do anything. Are you siding Droplet going second against Snake Eye and that's it? Like that doesn't feel sufficient. That doesn't feel like it's enough to me. I don't know. We just dodge Snake. Okay, yeah, maybe you just don't play against Snake Eye. Yeah. No, I think you need to worry about Snake Eye with this deck for sure. Like your main deck is if you lose the dice roll, your main deck does not have a great chance at beating Snake Eye. It's not zero, but it's not great. So I think you need to be prepared to like you can win going first against Snake Eye, no problem. But going second game one is going to be a problem. And so if that happens, you need a good plan for game 3 when you go second. So I would think at least play like if you don't have room in the main deck to play like the effect veilers or whatever, at least try to fit them in the side deck over something like DD Crow or Droplet or maybe Cosmic. I don't know. Chimera looks like worse branded. I actually think Chimera is a good deck. I actually do like Chimera. All right, we have Oaklore. Also, if I'm skipping your deck, don't be mad at me. It's just because we've already talked about tier limits. I don't want to mention every time. Okay, there's another tier limit deck, so we're skipping it. Just if I'm skipping your deck, I'm going through every single submission. If I'm skipping your deck, it's because we've talked about that deck already. So just go back and watch that, and you will see my opinion on most of the cards that are being played. Obviously, right? Trap Tricks Ragnarika is something that I'm gonna say right off the bat I have not played at all with Rika cards. I will not be able to give you the most like the best feedback on this. I'm just gonna read your questions and see if I can answer them. But in other terms, I don't want to give you a feedback that is not like I haven't played this deck. Thinking about bringing several decks to Providence Regionals this weekend, and this is the one I feel needs a little bit of help. In general, I've noticed I don't really have anything to out the 10-pipe field spell. I feel like my voiceless voice matchup is poor, though that could be down to player skill. Mainly looking for help with the following. Okay. Main deck cards 39 and 40 are 2 copies of Nibiru that haven't felt impactful in games at locals. I think I want to they're missing a word. Replace one with a second copy of the Ragnarika trap, but I don't know how or what to replace the other with. I don't have access to a third copy of Ragnarika Bloom, but I do have playsets of traptic cards and most hand traps. Okay. I think if you have access to it, which shouldn't be that tough, right? But like the easiest suggestion for this would be to play Mourner. Because that's just, look, I'm going to repeat this a couple times. We're going to see a lot of decks with Veiler, Imperm, and Ash today. And I'm going to say, if you want more hand traps, you can add Mourner. That's going to be a thing today with us, chat, okay? That's going to happen a couple more times, all right? Like, that I'm suggesting Mourner. Because that is just the recipe, right? That is the recipe for this format. I think mini hand trap ranking in today's video or today's discussion, right? Mini hand trap ranking, Veiler, Imperm, Ash, then Mourner, then Ogre, then Nibiru, I think, is the ranking. Sometimes Nibiru goes before the others. I think Nibiru is also strong. But that's like the top 6, definitely, right? Quick tier list Thursday angle, yes. So I'm looking at this deck. I'm seeing a good chunk of trap cards, obviously, because it's a trap tricks deck. So going first should already be somewhat okay. Unironically, I think if the Nibiru doesn't feel good to you, then try Mourner or try Ogre. And honestly, that would be my instinct. If I'm looking at this deck, I would try to cut as many cards as possible for more hand traps. Like, do you really need 2 Gravediggers trap hole? Do you really need all those different trap hole cards. Bottomless, Floodgate, 2 Gravediggers Trap Hole, and Trap Trick Trap Hole Nightmare. Is it really necessary to play 5 Trap Hole cards over hand traps, right? That is a question for you who submitted the deck. I don't personally know, but I think it would probably be better if you cut the Trap Hole cards to a minimum and play the maximum count of like Ghost Ogres and maybe, or Mourners and maybe Ghost Ogres, right? For the main deck. So yeah. Okay, next question. Extra deck cards 14 and 15 are SP and Ragnarika chain coils. I was wondering if there's anything I could be putting in there instead. Well, if you have an SP, I would suggest you play it because it might not be part of standard combos, but it certainly can come up. I'm trying to see if there's anything that I can think of. You're playing Baguska, I like that. You're playing Zeus and Typhon, that's good. Dweller could be okay, unironically. Dweller is solid to establish what's it called? Control over Snake Eyes sometimes. Redoer is okay because you play the Holotea, which is a monster trap. So those Exiton Knight, right? Those are options. I don't know if they're better than the Rika stuff, but you can consider those. The side deck is somewhat clogged with a large thrust package as well as 3 hole traps that are situationally useful. Any ideas on how to improve the side deck? Thrust package is fine. Thrust package is fine, especially in a deck that naturally plays a lot of normal trap cards. So if you get hand trapped going first, you can thrust into those traps. That seems like a solid idea. I don't think you need to be playing doubles of some of the thrust targets. Like, I don't really see the point of playing 2 evenly matched. I think it's completely fine to play 1 and then have 4 copies, basically. Don't know if you need Lightning Storm. Like, this very much... honestly, I don't even know if you need evenly Lightning Storm at all. Both in the current format and in this deck. Because I'm looking at this and it's already kind of a hand trap deck. So you're trying to stop your opponent from building a board. So what are you trying to evenly match, right? After like Veiloring and Imperming them, what are you trying to really evenly matched anymore, right? So maybe you can even cut those cards all together if you want to make some room. And I normally, this is not always true, but in deck building, generally, you wanna try to improve, or like you want to try to have consistent strategies in the sense, not consistent in the sense of not bricking, but consistent in the sense of applying the same logic to your main and your side deck. Like if your main deck is super hand trap focused because you think that's the best approach to the format, I don't think it makes a lot of sense to throw a whole bunch of board breakers into your side deck unless they are for a specific matchup that your hand traps aren't good against or something, right? But for the most part, I would be trying to put more hand traps into a side deck when I'm already playing a lot of hand traps in the main deck, right? Like for example, situational hand traps at the moment include Bestials, DD Crow, which are phenomenal cards against Branded. Ghost Bell, which is really good for some matchups, like for example, the Ostinado decks or other like Branded as well, right? Those kind of cards are definitely a consideration if you're already main decking a good amount of hand traps. If you are worried, I honestly, this seems like the kind of deck where you could be playing something specifically for Runic Stun. I don't know if Lightning Storm is that card, or evenly. Like Lightning Storm and Duster are not that good against Runic Stun because of Hugin. Although I would probably still play the Duster if you want to play Thrust. Well, Cosmic Cyclone seems better at that than evenly matched. Or I don't know if Ragnarika puts any restrictions on you, like you can only activate these types in the turn, right? But if you don't have that restriction, I think something you could also consider would be Eldritch the Golden Lord. I think in general, right now, if you're building your side deck and you want to put in one card that helps you beat Runic Stun, I think one of the best ones is Eldritch the Golden Lord, which is not something that people usually think of as a side deck card. Like some people are doing that, but not that many. But I think it's actually one of the best cards against Runic Stun because it's reusable out to Floodgate. floodgates if your deck plays sufficient spell and traps. So yeah. Okay. We have a... Oh, I was confused for a second because this list has Max C, but they said it's a placeholder because it's for they're building this for nationals, and by the time nationals happens, Molchami Parelia is already out, but you can't do that in Neuron yet. Okay, I see. Okay. So they are planning on bringing Sprite with Molchami Parelia to nationals, and they're using Maxi as a placeholder. Okay, I get it. Just your good old Sprite list back with Toad. All right, and the Ice Barrier monster is also a placeholder for Magic Mirror Master of the Ice Barrier. That one I need to look up. Mirror Magic Master of the Ice Barrier. Obviously, it's a level 2, otherwise it wouldn't make much sense. You contribute one other effect monster you control, special summon up to 3 Ice Barrier tokens, and if you do, increase this card's level by that amount. Also, during this turn, you cannot special summon. If this card is sent to the graveyard, you can add one of your Ice Barrier cards that's banished or in your deck to your hand, except Mirror Master. Only use each effect once per turn. Okay, so I don't think you use the first effect because you're probably going to be locked into 2s. It's an Aqua. And do you use its effect? Like, do you like send it for sprint or something? This is an Ice Barrier card, right? What is this card called? What is this card called? Chat. Freezing Chains. Ice Barrier Freezing Chains. Freezing Chains of the Ice Barrier. When this card is activated, you can target 1 level 4 or lower Ice Barrier in your grave, special summon it while you control 3 or more Ice Barrier monsters. Ice Barriers are unaffected. Okay, you can... Okay. So I get it. You're doing Swap Frog to send the... You do Swap Frog to send this guy. Then this guy searches you this, and this brings back this, and then you have... So Swap Frog is a 1-card code again. Okay. I don't hate it. I don't love it either because it's sprites. I mean, I love sprites, but like, you know what I mean? Like, sprites have kind of been fallen out of popularity, but I think that's like solid. The list is good, I think. You got all the sprite cards. You got 3 Beaver, 2 Angler. You got 3 Swap Frogs, 3 Ash, 3 Veiler, 3 Mourner, 3 Imperm, 3 Molchami Parelia, which I think whether that card is going to be a main deck card or a side deck card, I want to hold off on that discussion. That's not the discussion for today. I think it's fine that you're deciding to main deck it though. So I honestly have literally no complaints about your main deck other than the fact that I don't like Double Cross. I've done this in countless deck doctors before. I've always, some reason, everyone loves to put Double Cross into their deck. I don't like Double Cross. I don't think I like Double Cross. I think Sprite Smashers is better. But other than that, I like your list. I think it's solid. The other problem is that obviously we don't know what the format is going to be at nationals, right? Like we get Infinite Forbidden, we get the new Battles of Legends kind of. I keep forgetting the name of that set. You guys told me yesterday what it was called, and I forgot again. But we're getting that set soon, and Terminal Revenge, that one. Terminal Revenge. Like, and maybe even a ban list if we're lucky. So it's hard to say, but the core principle of this deck is solid. Like, you've built it well. And the same reason goes into like the side deck I can't possibly tell you anything about because I don't know the format yet. But the main deck looks very solid. All right. Clear some of these tabs. We've got a pure Yubel deck for NAWCQ is your plan. 40 card main deck. The first thing I'm noticing is that you've put 3 Loving Defenders. Is that a placeholder? Let me read the message. My plan is to play Fiend Link at Nationals, but if I'm not able to get the cards, then this is the backup plan. Couple of notes. The Ever-Loving Defender is a proxy for Phantom of Yubel. Where do you fall on the debate about Super Poly in Yubel? Should I play it or keep the extra hand traps? The Princess line into Doodle is a backup plan. There are a lot of good end boards, but I feel like Muckraker in the EMZ pointing to Griffin, Spirit of Rage, Phantom of Yubel next to Griffin, and Yubel is the best one. I mean, that's a pretty good end board. If you can consistently make that, that's pretty nice. It doesn't have Varudras or whatever it's called. It'd be nice if you could include that in your standard combos. But yeah, okay, so first things first, the Super Poly debate in Yubel. I'm gonna give you my impression. I don't have a solid opinion on it because I haven't played Yubel yet. My personal opinion on Yubel is that it becomes a real deck after the Loving Defender is out. Not the Loving Defender, the new fusion. Spirit of Yubel or something? Phantom of I don't know, dude. You know which one I'm talking about. The new fusion monster. When that comes out, I think Yubel is like a real threat. For now, I haven't played the deck as much. I've seen some games of it. I know roughly what the cards do. I kind of understand what's going on, but I'm not an expert by any means. Hi, can I get streamer privilege to skip to my list after this one? Okay, send me your meme list. Yeah, okay. Okay, now no, dude, because I left the channel. Now I've lost where I am. Oh man. Okay, I have to find the spot again. Okay. Anyways, the Super Poly debate in Yubel, I think, is as simple as only because Yubel has synergy with Super Poly does not mean that you automatically play Super Poly in your Yubel deck. Simply because the only time you have synergy with Super Poly in your Yubel deck is if you can put Yubel onto the field, which requires you to already be playing the game. You already have to be resolving cards successfully to summon Yubel, and then you can Super Poly everything, right? The problem with that is that a lot of the decks in the format don't let you do that, right? A lot of the decks in the format are very good at preventing you from summoning Yubel, which means that I think Super Poly is only good in Yubel if it is already good in the format. So basically, if Super Poly is bad in the format, then it's also bad in Yubel because only because you can sometimes Super Poly your opponent's entire board does not justify playing a situational card that is not great in the format. If Super Poly is all right or good in the format, then it's even better in Yubel, right? Like then you want to play it in Yubel, and then it's just going to be a good card that sometimes is crazy because you have additional synergy with it, right? That's my opinion on that matter. Like, I think if right now, I don't think Super Poly is a good card in the format, so I also wouldn't play it in Yubel, most likely. So I do like the fact that you've gone for the hand traps instead here. Honestly, your main deck looks really, really solid. I have no complaints about this main deck. Outside of the 1-for-1 that we've talked about earlier, maybe it's necessary. I personally am not a huge fan of 1-for-1 at the moment. But other than that, this list looks very, very solid. It seems like a clean 40 cards. It doesn't have that many one-ofs that you really don't want to draw. It's got the Sharvara package in case you get hand trapped. You can pivot into those lines. I kind of like it. This looks solid to me. In terms of what you said about the end board, you're playing Varudras, but you're not making it. Obviously, an Omni Negate is really, really valuable, so I would try to do that. But the end board that you mentioned, if you can consistently end on Muckraker, Griffin, Unchained Soul of Rage, Phantom of Yubel, and Yubel, like if you can do that, then by all means, that's definitely good enough. All right, Farfa is using streamer privilege to get my feedback on this. I like some of these cards. I like the Backjack. I like the Fiend Griefing a lot. I like the Dynamicious. The Trap Trick's really good too. I like the Karma Cannon, and I like the Rollback. What I would do is I would take out the other cards, and I would add Soldier Dragons, Laundry Dragon Maids, Olenoids, Morella, Leoncolia, Canadia. I would add Rise to Full Height, Baboku. I would add Reasoning, maybe Morganite. What else? What am I missing? Did I say Baboku yet? Oh, Elemental Burst. Oh yeah, I forgot the most important part. So yeah, delete your Burning Abyss deck and play a modern trap deck. Okay, play the stuff that all the cool kids play. All right, move on. Accept the fate. Nah, this deck looks fun actually. This deck kind of looks fun. Unironically, I think this looks fun. It just doesn't look as it doesn't look that good. It's like unironically, it's unfortunate, but it doesn't look that good. I also don't really understand why. And this is a genuine question. Like, why do we play BA with traps? Like, isn't the entire BA package just a glorified Laundry Dragon Mate? Like, you're trying to mill 3? Pyro Lake Turp. Dude, just activate Morella to send Elemental Burst. Why are you going through so many hoops to maybe pull off a Fire Lake? Like, what do you mean Fire Lake Turbo? No, just copy Elemental Burst. What does this deck even do going second? Waybridge is funny. Set 5? See, that's the thing though. If it actually did that, that'd be fine. But it doesn't do that, right? It sets like on average, it sets like 3 or 4 because you're playing, I feel like, too many monsters in a 45 card deck. Right? Like you have those, and that's the downside. Like I think if you want to play a trap deck, unironically in 2024, you have to full commit. You have to full commit to actually doing that, because then the core advantage, if there is any advantage to playing a trap deck, is that your opponent's cards, like some of your opponent's cards, don't do anything, like Effect Veiler or Imperm or whatever, right? Like if you actually, or Appaloosa or something like that, right? Like if your opponent activates, fully does their first turn, it ends on like Appaloosa and shit, like you don't want any monsters in your hand, like nothing. Like you just want all of that to be settable, and not some half-ass hand of like 3 traps, 3 monsters, because then you don't have like an advantage. Set 5 or none, exactly. Go big or go home. So, and that's why I think it's weird to play BA with trap cards. Not that I actually think like the deck is terrible. It's just I think it doesn't take advantage of being a trap deck well enough. I don't see Maxi. I mean, not playing Maxi in trap decks is okay though. Sometimes. Guys, we need to move on because we have a really important suggestion next. We have the first runic deck of the stream. Not gonna lie, this took a little long. I was a little disappointed. This was like very late. And it's a wacky one at that. It's a Horus runic. Okay, let me see. Fatal submitted this and said, personally really liking duality in this deck. Getting access to a level 2 tuner whenever you draw it, which means any Horus now becomes a Synchro 10, as well as being a free draw and allowing Hugin to dodge Imperm. Quick combo. Runic, summon Hugin, duality for Alvain, runic for Gary. Gary and Alvain make Coral Dragon, draw off duality, third runic to summon second Gary, Coral and Gary into Synchro 10. So draws 4 or 5 cards depending on how many runics it opens. So this is just runic plus duality. With, well, it's like 4 runics plus duality, but okay. I mean, I'm aware of that. As an avid runic enjoyer, that's not really a runic. It has nothing to do with the Horus cards, basically. And that's my quote unquote problem with runic Horus is, what are you doing with the Horus cards? Where's your extra deck even? Here. You don't even play a rank 8. Like, what are you, like, seriously, what are you doing with the Horus card in this? Because make Coach King? Yet there's no Coach King. There's a giant grinder. So, like, in general, I think that this whole duality, like, duality is a good card this format in runic decks. If you're playing a runic deck, which I've already said, I don't think runic decks are in a great position right now. But if you're playing a runic combo deck, I think duality is definitely a consideration because of all the Valor, Mourner, Imperms that people are doing, right? Just like summon Hugin and get, like, that's one of the best ways to beat so many hand traps is to summon Hugin, they Valor it, and you dodge it. So you have a guaranteed fountain to outgrind the hand traps. Like, that's good. That's a solid concept. I think the runic combo deck, including duality, is a good approach. I don't know why we are choosing to pair it up with Horus cards, though, out of all things, in this particular instance. Because to me, it just feels like the Horus cards are literally just some big bodies that don't really do anything in this case, right? Yeah. Coral Dragon plus Gary is a dispatter. No, dispatter needs non-tuner dragon, I think. Unfortunately. Like, it needs like a bestial or something. Can you still submit a deck? You can try. You can post it at the bottom of the list, but we are not even a third of the way in the channel, so I don't know if we're gonna have more room at the end, but we'll see. You can post it. The channel is open in the Discord to everyone who has the sub role. Just connect your Twitch. Just connect your Twitch to the thing. Missed my reasoning? I mean, I've read the entire thing. What do you mean I missed your reasoning? Or in the chat? I didn't. I was focused on talking about the deck. I didn't see what you wrote in chat. Let me see. Oh. Turn 1, stick 2 Horus monsters on the board. Make the Xyz that pops 2. Bring back Horus and Xyz make SP so it 3. Turn 1, stick 2 Horus on the board. Make the Xyz that pops 2. Bring back the Horus and the make SP so it's 3 pops turn. So basically, I mean, that's not a reasoning. So your plan is to basically, if you don't have duality, is to summon Hugin, search Fountain, summon 2 Horus monsters, and pass. That's not a reasoning. Like, that's losing. That's not the same thing. Yes. I mean, that's the problem, right? That's not sufficient. That's what I'm saying. Like, I tried Horus Runic and I was struggling to find a game plan because I do think that like it would be cool. In theory, I get it, right? Like the runic cards are super grindy. You put up Fountain, you use the Horus cards to have infinite recursion every turn. Like, it's cool. I get it. But like, you still need some kind of game plan for the first turn. And I don't feel like you have that. I don't feel like you have that, especially if you don't draw duality. Because maybe it's enough if you draw duality. The game plan is to draw into Canopic Protector. Canopic Protector was a card that I thought was really good in that deck, because then you can actually make use of your Horus bodies on the first turn, link them off or synchro them off, and then bring them all back in the opponent's turn with Canopic Protector. But we're not even playing Canopic Protector here. Right? Like, at least play like a Photon Lord or something, so we can turn them into a monster negate if we don't have access to a tuner, right? Like, that way you can do something like, let's say you have Hugin, it resolves, and you have a King Sarcophagus access, so you can bring out 3 Horus monsters, right? So you have 4 bodies, right? And if you play Photon Lord, you can turn those 4 bodies into SP plus Photon Lord. And if you have SP, Photon Lord, Runic Fountain, and maybe a hand trap, like, that's okay. That's a game plan at least, you know? And if you can somehow, if you get lucky and you draw a Canopic Protector to put onto the field as well, suddenly we're talking a pretty good board, you know? Like, Photon Lord, SP, Canopic Protector, Fountain, like, that's fine. That can win games. I can see that. But like, yeah. Why do people think the Horus cards on their own are pushovers? Because they are. The Horus cards on their own are absolute pushovers. People think that because they're right. That's what it is. Horus cards are okay if you can add them to a strong board already. If the Horus cards are alone, no deck has a problem with that. No deck has a problem. Like, you can open all 4 Horus monsters against Snake Eyes, you're dead. It doesn't do anything. Like, one Snake Eye Ash kills you through all 4 Horus monsters. It doesn't do anything. All right. Super Pro Gamer has submitted Henpai. Take a look. And they said, pretty vanilla choice, but I want to take something like this to NA Nats. I haven't tested the new support, but it shouldn't change too much. Maybe like one less hand trap. Not too sure about the side deck and the Bestials possibly conflicting with Fenrir. Would appreciate input on extra deck options as well. I don't own SP. Also considering playing Nib, but don't know if it's worth. Okay. In general, I think Bestials are solid in this deck. Especially, I don't think you need to play, like, most decks that you see Bestials in, they will play one Fenrir, one Druid Worm, one Magnamut, right? That's something that you see a lot. I think in Tenpai, it is completely fine to just play Magnamut. Like, you don't need to play Druid Worm because you're going second, and if you draw Magnamut, 99% of the time, you're not searching Druid Worm, you're searching Engine, right? You're searching Hydra or whatever, or Chandra. So don't think you need to play Druid Worm. But the one Magnamut, I think, is so good that I would play it, and I would risk it clashing with Fenrir. I think that's a risk that you can take. Tenpai is a relatively straightforward deck. So let's just go over some of the choices that you've made. In general, this is a hand trap only version of Tenpai, which I think is okay. I think it would also be okay to play some board breakers like Talons or Lightning Storm, but I think it's completely fine to go only hand traps. My favorite part about playing hand traps only in Tenpai is I think that's the best you can do to avoid mind games, right? I think it's cool that if you play only hand traps, if your opponent makes you start because maybe it's a Tenpai mirror match or you don't know what to expect after side decking, your deck is still fine, right? And the same is true for Fenrir because Fenrir is also good going first or second, right? And so I think that is one of the biggest advantages of this version over other Tenpai versions is the fact that you don't have to play this mind game with your opponent of like, do I go first or second? I'm like, I'm whatever. I'm just gonna have all those hand traps in my deck. So I think the only card I would definitely take out is Druid Worm. I don't know what kind of one of you would replace it with. Someone in chat has suggested Chicken Game, which could be okay if you ever draw Terraforming plus Sangan Summoning. Or if you draw set rotation plus Wraith Soft, then you don't have a second field spell for set rotation. So maybe a Chicken Game is fine. It could be Called by the Grave to negate Ash Blossom on your Sangan Kaiman. That would also be okay. So some of those. Rivalry is also technically... I wouldn't main deck Rivalry. I think I would side deck Rivalry. Which you are doing. Okay. Yeah, the side deck is as you would expect, pretty Troll Despair, but I don't have that much to add. 3 Shifter, Necro Valley, 2 Lightning Storm, Duster, 3 Cosmic, 3 Crossout, Rivalry, and D Barrier. Yeah, that's pretty good. Extra deck options. I kind of like the Doolittle Chimera because you can put up a lot of damage without like I think one problem if you don't play Doolittle Chimera is what's it called? Simul Archfiends, which is a card that's relatively popular. Like the Heta, Promethean, Raging Phoenix, and Zelantis package, that works under D Barrier, but it doesn't work under Simul Archfiends because you can't link climb under Simul Archfiend, right? And so I think maybe the Doolittle Chimera is worth it. Yeah. Also, you don't really have anything for going first, do you? If you get to mate first, like you have seals passed, that's it. Maybe it's worth at least including like what is there? You can Crystal Wing. I don't know how many slots that takes. But in theory, I kind of like having another what's it called? Option. I guess you have Ancient Fairy for Necro Valley if you go first. Yeah, that's true. That's okay then. Yeah, I like that. I would try fitting a Doodle Chimera. I don't know what you could take out though. Maybe you don't need Black Rose Moonlight, but the rest seems pretty. Like the thing is, I'm going off of what I'm seeing from other people with Tenpai. I haven't played much Tenpai myself to really judge all those different extra deck options. I don't know if like Odd Eyes Meteor Burst and Samurai Destroyer together are necessary, or if one of them is fine. If you need Moonlight that often, like that is, I could imagine not needing Moonlight that much. Opponent won't let you go full Zelantis, to be fair. Yeah, most of the time not. That's right. Most of the time it's not gonna work, but sometimes it can. I don't know if how often. I have never seen someone in all the tournaments I think that I've watched and all the feature matches that I've seen. I've never seen anyone do the Heta, Promethean, Raging Phoenix, Zelantis stuff successfully. So maybe it's fine to cut those because 4 slots is a lot for something that rarely happens. All right, we have another Labyrinth. We've already talked about Labyrinth, but just a quick mention, I guess. You're playing Morella in Labyrinth to basically send rollback and copy a trap in your graveyard. That seems okay. Not sure if it's my favorite thing to do. I think if you're playing Morella though, just a little tip. I don't want to go into this build too deeply because it's very similar to the first list we looked at earlier, which was also Labyrinth. If you want to play Morella, I think you should probably play at least one The Black Goat Laughs. Just in case you find yourself in a situation where you activate Morella and you don't have a trap card in your graveyard already that you want to reuse, you can also send something that isn't rollback, right? Like, for example, you go second and you open Butler plus Morella, but no other normal trap card. You can go Arias into Morella into Black Goat Laughs to at least have a disruption, right? In general, I think Morella and Leoncolia are good cards that could see play outside of Paleo now with rollback. I'm not sure if this is the best way to play the deck because you don't play Imperm and you don't play Nibiru, so going second is going to be a lot harder. But still, the Morella is a cool idea, so I wanted to bring it up. We got a banger next. We have a banger next. Adam submitted Bestial Lightsworn. Just want to see what you think. Been having a lot of success at small events and online. Going to my first nationals this month. Aiming for top 128. I replaced Tornado Dragon with Underworld Goddess and evenly with Ultimate Slayer in the side. Okay. Bestial Lightsworn is the kind of deck that I think is really, really fun, but also almost, I don't want to say almost good, but like almost competitively viable. Like it's very close, I feel like. Like this deck definitely has the potential to perform. Just a couple things. I am not a big fan at all of Lightsworn Aegis. I think Lightsworn Aegis is a cope card. That card is just not good. I don't know if it's worth it going for both Punishment and Judgment Dragon and also the fusion in the extra deck. Aegis stops evenly. Just you're playing Omega and this pattern. You should not be losing after evenly. You should not be losing too evenly with this deck because you're taking two cards out of their hand. You're keeping your best card on the board, and they have 3 cards left, and they don't have a battle phase. You shouldn't be losing to you, really. Especially because I don't think you want to keep Lightsworns on the board when you go first, right? You don't want to do that. The fusion is great against Snake Eyes. Okay, what is this Enlightenment Dragon? I just don't think you want to play both Judgment and I don't think you want to be playing both dragons. Must be special summoned by banishing the above monsters, 1 from field, 1 from graveyard. Once per turn, you can pay 2,000, banish all other cards on the field and in the graveyard. Once per turn during the end phase, send the top 4 cards from the deck to the graveyard. If this card is destroyed, you can add 2 of your banished monsters to your hand, 1 judgment and 1 punishment. Then you can special summon both, ignoring their summoning conditions. I mean, it is good. It is a good card if it works. It is a good card if it works. It is a good disruption. How often can you pull it off, though? I mean, in theory, where was the list? It's not that hard. It's not that hard because all you need to do is you need to mill one of them. And then because you can always search one with the Dragon Link, that's not that hard. So you just have to mill the other one and then you can do it. Lightsworn already wins if it gets to play. See, that's the thing. Sometimes it doesn't, though. Like, sometimes it does not. But that was also what I was thinking, right? I'm not sure if it might be a little win more, but it is a good card to end on. But like, because I'm looking at this and I'm thinking like I'm seeing a lot of gas. Like this deck looks super fun, turboing through all that stuff and so on and so forth. But I'm looking at it and I'm like, what does it really end on, right? It's like, okay, we go Omega, we go this pattern. So we can loop 2 cards in an ideal world. We can maybe make a rank 8, or like we can spam SP, IP Masquerena, Appaloosa, but it's like it doesn't really have a super oppressive end board. Like even this deck dedicates its full deck to going off, and the end board is still like probably worse than Snake Eyes end board. Like that's a little weird. So I think I don't hate the Enlightenment Dragon. I don't love it either though. Levianeer loops 1 more if you can set it up. That's not a guarantee, right? Like Levianeer is a one of that you need to mill or you need to draw Chaos Space for it. All right. One thing that I felt like could be there is the baby dragons, right? The baby dragons could be here to get you some extra fusion material or link material to go into seals. What is the standard end board for a standard hand? Dude, what kind of... Do you see what this deck is? This deck doesn't have a standard. This deck just goes... This deck just goes and goes and goes until it can't go anymore. Like, it's rough. The only card... Like, genuinely, I think this list looks fine. It looks dope, honestly. It looks very fun. I don't know if I like Aegis, or like, I'm pretty sure I don't like Aegis. I'm also not sure if I like Branded Beast. Although, if you ever happen to mill your one of regained, you can put it back with Beast in the end phase, I guess. I like the 1 copy of the Black Goat Laughs. I also think that you could consider playing Keldo Mudora. You could... I also don't know if I love the Sharon, but I guess it's just mill more, discard more. It's okay. And then reconsider the Judgment Dragons. But overall, I think you're gonna get... Yeah, like, from this deck, you're gonna get what you would expect. Like, you're getting some wacky games, you're gonna get some fun games. It's a super fun deck. It's not the best deck in the format, so you're definitely gonna lose some games, especially going second. But I think it's alright. Like, I think it's solid. I don't have any, like, crazy changes. Only minor things that I would maybe change. Okay, we have a special one that I don't know if I can help you with, but let's see. I really enjoy Relinquish, so I always end up dusting it off every now and then. How do you recommend adding non-engine to rogue decks with large engine requirements? I always feel like I want to cut more engine since the engine is bad, but that defeats the point of trying to play the deck. Well, yeah. Dude, what are the fusion requirements on Millennium Ice Restrict? How do you... Can you summon that? With, it's an effect monster plus relinquished. Oh, that's why the Merly is there. Okay, you can make a Millennium Ice Restrict with Sprint if you have relinquished in the graveyard. I'm not gonna lie, I really like Relinquished. That card is super dope. It's one of the coolest old school cards. Probably my favorite, what's it called? Original Yu-Gi-Oh! Like boss monster. Out of all the, from the original series. I think it's really cool. And I actually enjoyed playing Relinquished decks back in the day in like 2010 or 9 sometimes. Or even before. I have no idea what to tell you about this deck specifically, but I guess I can answer your questions because you did try to hold them a little more generally. Like you said, like, How do you recommend adding non-engine to rogue decks with large engine requirements? I always feel like I want to cut more engine since the engine is bad, but that defeats the point of trying to play the deck. Well, one thing I'm noticing is that you've put a lot of different engines into this deck together. Like, is it really necessary for this deck to be a bestial deck? Right? Like, maybe it's not that you need to cut down on the engine, but it's maybe you can put less engines into one deck, because you're playing Relinquished, Resonator, Bestials, a Merly, and then a Magician Souls package. Like, maybe reevaluate if you need all of those together, right? Like, is it really necessary for this to be a bestial deck? Because then it'd be simple, right? You just take out the bestials, which is a whole what is that, 8 cards, which would already put you lower than 40, and then you could easily replace those with some non-engine. Right? I think you just need to decide which engines are the most important for your deck. Or another way how people very often solve this problem, which I don't know if it's the best solution to the problem, but what you can do is you can just don't care about anything and just jam it all in one deck. You know, like if you want more non-engine, just put more non-engine. You know, like the sky is the limit, or technically 60 is the limit. But like, you know, you're playing a rogue deck, so you're clearly playing for fun. So you know what? Like, just screw some of that consistency. You know, just put some more non-engine in if you feel like you need more. Tell that to Paleo. Look, my Paleo deck has 58 cards already in Master Duel at the moment. So like you know you know how I feel about that. All right, it's been a while since we've talked about a runic deck, so let's do the next one. Rick Sanchez submitted Fur Hire Runic Sprite. Thanks for the opportunity. For an optimal chance of topping, I was suggested to play Runic Stun and ball with it, but I am not that down bad, and I despise that deck, so I will never do it. Now you'll see a bunch of floodgates in the side deck, but they're based because I get to summon them thanks to Mannequin Cat. Actually true. Droplet over Talons because it's a card I'm not worried to discard going first and helps dealing with stuff such as Apple IP Puppet Lock. Ash is simply generic. Bestials are good to not play, and whenever... Okay, extra deck is standard at this point. If not for Goddess. Now for the spicy things. Gendo is for Shifter. It's an auto win against birds and forces Cash to play weird. Can't even normal summon anything to use its effect, and I'm popping in anyway. They have to remove it. I was playing Chaos Hunter, so I'd like to know which one of the two is better in your opinion. Dark Samorg destroys Labyrinth. Christia for any light deck, like the new Pendulum deck. Goliath for Tenpai after getting hand trapped to death. And has enough attack to not get run over from the level 7 Synchro. Okay. Okay, let's go through these one by one. First things first, Droplet, like Herman is pointing out, Droplet alone, if your opponent is a capable branded player, actually doesn't stop Puppet Lock. Most of the time, not always, but most of the time, like 99%, they will be able to do Puppet Lock under branded Lost Protection. Unless they have no idea what they're doing. So if you're playing, you're playing only Ash Blossom, and if you don't have Ash Blossom, they basically get to do whatever they want to do, which means that they will probably be able to put Branded Lost up onto the board and prepare a Branded Lost Puppet Lock. So Droplet does not really help against Branded in this instance. Not true. Well, I guess we've identified someone who does not know how to play Branded in chat. There you go. Point your fingers at them. Yes, always. If they get to do full combo, then they can do it under Branded Lost. Watch PAX feature match from the recent YCS. It's almost always possible for Branded to make it so that you cannot Droplet your Sanctifier. And this is specifically why I think Droplet as your only non-engine I don't think is great. Um, like it just doesn't do what you're expecting it to do, right? The other thing is like if you draw Droplet as your only non-engine against like Snake Eye, for example, it also doesn't win you the game because yes, you beat Apo, maybe you even beat Apo plus IP, but you never beat Apo, IP, Promethean Princess, and 3 hand traps in their hand, right? Like that's not happening. Like I think I think even if I'm playing a deck like Runic Sprite for Hire, I'm even there I would consider to just maybe put Imperm in and just have that be your non-engine against Snake Eye and hope they don't have access to Wanted, which they don't always have. Yeah. I wasn't talking to Josh. The not true was to another comment. Okay, my bad then. Anyways, let me read that Gendo. What is that? Ice Barrier Gendo? Oh no, Gendo the Ascetic Monk. It's not even, I thought it was an Ice Barrier. Gendo the Ascetic Monk. Face-up attack position monsters on the field cannot activate their effects. This defense position card cannot be targeted or destroyed by card effects. So this beats Flu because they don't special summon, so it's all normal summon, so it's all face up. Okay. But they also said, what did they also say? It's an auto win against birds and forces Kashtira to play weird. Can't even normal summon anything. I mean, this is fine. Yeah, this is, I mean, this is fine, this card. I don't know if it's better than Chaos Hunter. Because you might as well just disable the shifter, right? Like I get what you're trying to do, but like if look, I would say Gendo is fine if the only shifter deck in the format was Flu. But the problem is that there is a lot of other shifter decks that are not Flu, right? And against most of those, this card is not as good, right? It's like against Kashtira, I don't even think it's that good. Against Vanquish Soul, it's not that good. Like I'd rather go Chaos Hunter. I think I personally think I prefer Chaos Hunter. So in general, once again, I think we can go through these runic decks a little faster because you guys know my opinion on runic decks in the current format. They're in a tough spot. Your build is fine. 40 cards, it's clean. You're playing Mayhem and Rookie. I really like that. I think that's good. You're playing the exact ratios of Furhire cards that I also like to play. You're not playing Jet and Starter, which I think is reasonable. You can play those, but you don't have to. It's okay to not play those. You're playing enough runic spells, which is fine. 16. You have room for 6 non-engine. I think I would pick different non-engine. Like I think going Valor Imperm could be okay. Going Ash Imperm could be okay. I think another way that you could do it is try Talents evenly, which I think is also not ideal, but it's something you could do. You would always lose to Puppet Lock though. So yeah, that's my opinion on that deck. The side deck is fine. I think siding a bunch of... maybe you're siding a little bit too many different floodgates for situational stuff. Like, I don't know if I really need... Like, if you're playing a runic combo deck, I don't think you need a... I don't think you need a... what's it called? Dark Simorgh for Labyrinth. Like, that's not something you need. Author G, thank you for the 5 gifties. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Have fun with your subs, whoever got those. Thank you. Why 2SP? I mean, in runic decks, I like 2SP because it's just usually very grindy. So I think it's okay to play 2SP. Might be cuttable, but I think it's okay. I would want second Falgo. Honestly, after having played the deck myself, second Falgo only matters if people are playing evenly matched. Because if you get evenly matched, you don't want to keep Falgo, obviously, because alone it doesn't do anything. But if you banish your only Falgo, that's a problem. So yeah. But people aren't really playing evenly at the moment. So I think one Falgo is fine. So when it hits the graveyard, you can bring it back. Do you think this version is better than your version with less for hires? I haven't really explored that version more. I wish I had, but I haven't played that one in a long time, and I don't know if it's good. Like I still don't know if it's good or better or whatever. Like I'd have to try it more. Goddess does not seem necessary. At the same time, I also maybe Sleipnir is good instead. We have an Unchained submission by Kageru. Mainly struggling with my choice of board breakers for this format. Dark Ruler can be great into voiceless or melodious variants, but I don't know if I want to main it. Could switch them for Mindcon. I'm also considering Fenrir. Either is fine in the first game. One, because I can set and pop dead breakers for extension in some lines. I mean, the same applies for Dark Ruler, though. As for the side deck, I needed 4 cards to always side when going first game 2 or 3 to replace Dark Ruler and Change of Heart, and that is Mistaken Arrest, plus Called By or D-Barrier for now. Do I want Simul Archfiend instead of Called By? I'm not sure about Phantasme, but it felt nice in a deck with this many engine requirements. Just sometimes don't know what to side out for it, and obviously conflicts with Lightning Storm. Also, taking opinions on Lightning Storm versus Evenly. I like being able to OTK, but we're on Dark Ruler anyways, and Unchained is more than fine in a grind game. I like the Dark Ruler here. I think that's like if you're going for a board breaker approach, which is questionable, but I mean you've decided to play board breakers, which I think is also okay. So I think Dark Ruler is actually fine. I think Dark Ruler, Thrust, and Talents would definitely be in my deck as well if I was playing board breakers. I think the one copy of Change of Heart is also nice to heal Appaloozas. And that way you can use your talents, like being able to use talents and Change of Heart in the same turn is neat. The one of Rivalry is your 41st card, which I can kind of get behind. The card is broken right now, so I kind of get it. So honestly, if you want to play hand traps, I think your main deck is fine. I wouldn't play Mind Control or Fenrir over Dark Ruler because I think they just don't do enough. Dark Ruler seems like the kind of card that can win you a game, whereas Mind Control going second alone, or like even paired with Strong Engine, doesn't feel like it does that. So I like the Dark Ruler more, and like you said, going first, if there are some lines where you can pop your dead spells, then that's fine. In the side deck, you've asked about... I like Mistaken Arrest and Called By for always being able to side 4 cards when you go first. For those 4, that's fine. I do think Simul Archfiends is worth a consideration, but I wouldn't say that it replaces Called By. If anything, it would probably replace a different card like Dimensional Barrier. In general, if you are main decking Thrust in a format with this many hand traps, you could consider running other good, like, one of trap cards. Like, for example, one thing I would be worried about is not having a good Thrust target against Snake Eyes. Period. Like, just for Snake Eyes, which is the deck with 18 hand traps right now, I would really like to have a Thrust target for it. Right? So maybe different dimension ground would be a suggestion, right? That you could try to incorporate. Yeah. Black Goat is like generic, but I don't think it's strong enough against some decks. So I kind of like playing the different dimension ground probably for Snake Eye. Karmic Cannon is also fine if you want something that you can side in every matchup almost. Isn't Simul Archfiend also decent against Snake Eye that can't do link stuff anymore? Yeah, it's okay, but you could still... They could still do a lot of stuff. Depending on... I mean, it depends on what else you have, but it's if it's like only Simul Archfiend, they can still put up a lot of damage just with main deck monsters from the field spell, right? Like the field spell makes all their shit almost 2000 attack. Then they go into like Flamberge. They make like a Promethean Princess, bring back 2 little guys. The Promethean brings back the Flamberge, and then the Flamberge pushes like your only monster into the spell and trap zone, and then you might just die, right? Like it can randomly happen that they just punch you to death if you don't have anything else. And Simul Archfiend also blocks your own Soul of Rage, right? You can't use it anymore. So I think it's a little awkward. But other than that, this list seems fun. Seems alright. It's probably not better than playing hand traps, but if you want to play Board Breaker Unchained, this is somewhat what it looks like. Is the Nightmare Throne package just basically extender? Like you're using it just like a Dragonic Diagram kind of card to pop an Unchained card and get the Grave Squirmer? Is that the idea? It replaces Tour Guide. It searches Beckoning Beast. Okay. That's fine. That's okay. Oh, right. It's not the diagram. The diagram one is Nightmare Pain, right? Nightmare Throne just adds. Right. Okay. Yeah, I mistook the two. This is the new one. The Nightmare Pain was the like diagram, like pop one of your cards and then search or summon. I forgot. Okay. Yes. Lightning Storm evenly. I think if you're honestly, if your deck is good in grind games, I think evenly might be better than Lightning Storm. Phantasme is fine, but like I said, like you said, only if your siding patterns work out. Like it feels like when you're going second here, you already have a deck that wants to side very little. So if you throw something like 3 Mind Control, 3 Phantasme, 3 evenly in your side deck, like obviously that's not going to work out because your deck already has a bunch of board breakers. So why would you, like you don't have enough to side out going second, right? Unless you want to take out a lot of engine. So I think, I mean, you would never play Phantasme plus evenly. Like it's either Phantasme or evenly, and then maybe even the mind controls are a little bit too much. Maybe you don't need 3 mind controls. Maybe it's fine to play like 1 mind control as a thrust target if you already have Change of Heart or something and talents. But yeah. I already played my nationals, but trying to improve for Euros and regionals. My main struggles right now are Melodious and Branded. Snake Eyes is very manageable going second. Any suggestions on the side deck for those decks? I'm not happy with Ash Blossom. It doesn't always stop Puppet in my experience. Also, any draw power might be good to have since opening Gen plus any of the 15 powers cards wins you the game. Extra deck is sadly 15 mandatory slots. Other matchups are manageable or too rare. Okay, this deck looks kind of cooking. It's Dogmatica with Ken and Gen. It says 34th place Austrian Nationals. That's not too bad. So it struggles against Melodious and Branded. Any suggestions for the side deck? Okay, yeah, your side deck doesn't have much for Melodious or Branded in that case. Honestly, just cut the Cosmics because you play Golden Lord to send with Branded Fusion. So that might be it. That's probably good enough against Runic Stun. Just rely on that. Don't overkill for that if you have other bad matchups. Ultimate Slayer seems good, but it doesn't really help in those matchups. I mean, it's fine against branded, but it doesn't stop Puppet Lock. So honestly, I think more Bystials is where it's at. I think more Bystials is where Bystials are really good against branded. And Bystials are also, you can side them against Melodious. They don't win the matchup on their own, but they are solid against Melodious. So if you play like a couple more Bystials, and maybe Ghost Ogre, which I think is also solid against Melodious, because hitting the couplet is really nice. So they don't get Concerto. Nah, Bystials versus Melodious is really awful. Herman, you've said this the last time, and I still don't think it's correct. I don't think they're awful. They are definitely solid. The yeah, the cosmics are not necessary. The ultimate slayer is not necessary, I feel like. The skill drain is something that you said, like, you're going first and you open Gen plus any of your 15 power spells, you're winning the game. So I'm not sure if you need to side deck more for going first. But yeah. You full combo through the Bystials guaranteed. Okay, well, I don't know the way you full combo through those guaranteed, but I also haven't played the deck much. You can enlighten me at some point. But what would you say is a good card against Melodious then? Is it just Bell for like Ostinato? If your engine doesn't go well into Melodious, your only option is to stop them from doing anything at all. I mean, that's not true, dude. You can just like, you can Lava Golem the Etoile and the Schuberta or something. Like if your deck really struggles that hard with Melodious, like you could put Lava Golem and then just side out Gen and Ken or something. That'd be solid. Like then you can just ignore anything that they're doing and take the stuff away that's annoying. Or like tribute the Aria if the targeting protection. This deck requires them to have extra deck monsters? I'm not sure. But if it's really about the targeting, then you can like Lava Golem the Aria. Like you could Aria the Schuberta and the you can Lava Golem the Aria and Schuberta, so there's still an extra deck monster left. And you also avoid the float from the Etoile, but then they can banish it and then they don't have anything out of the extra. Yeah, Dark Ruler could be okay. Yeah, Dark Ruler is okay against that deck. But yeah, so cards I would suggest that cover branded or Melodious or both. I like Bystials. I think mainly for branded, but I think they're also alright against Melodious. I like Dark Ruler for Melodious. You can think about Lava Golem. You can think about Bell to stop Ostinato. You can think about Ghost Ogre, which I think is also solid against Melodious. So those kind of cards, I think, is what you're looking for. Draw power might be good to have. I'm not sure what kind of draw power you could play. I don't think that this is a deck that can play Desires. I think any deck with Ken and Gen, I'm just always really inclined to play 3 talents in. That seems like something I would always like to do. So that would also be more draw power sometimes through hand traps, right? Dude, the next submission is Well, it's another runic deck. I just find it funny how now we're getting into the groove where every like third submission is a runic deck, but it's always different ones. We're gonna start going over these relatively quickly. You're playing Bestial Runic with Assault Synchron, which I think is okay. Or like the Assault Synchron itself is okay. I don't like the corridor into, what is it, Colossus? I don't think that's necessary at all. I think that's a gimmick, if anything. I know people are concerned about having a search target for Cupid Pitch, but I don't know if it's even necessary to go that far. It's just a terrible card going second, the corridor, and might just not work out at all. I think you would probably want to, unironically, I think you would want to cut the tunings and the assault synchrons and the corridor. I know it's all the fancy stuff that you've added to the deck, but I think right now the way I would play this deck is I would play Duality to play through Imperm and Veiler, because everyone plays Imperm and Veiler, and it's much better to draw Duality than drawing Assault Synchron when you get Veilered. So I really like Duality in this format. And you would probably play like some other, like more talents or maybe some hand traps or something like that, like some more bestials, and that'd probably be better, right? Like take out 3 tuning, 3 assault, corridor, add 3 dualities, second talents, 3 imperms or 3 ashes or something like this, right? Like I know it's gonna be more standard, quote unquote, then. But then, like, it's probably better. Just 12 runics. This is 15. It's 15 runics, so you can also go up on those a little bit, but it's 15, not 12. The sideboard seems fine. To me. You said it's a mess, but I don't think it's a mess. It's fine. This is fine. Fine side deck. Okay, we have another Runic Lightsworn, which we've already talked about. We have another tier limit. Okay, we're getting repeats now, so we're moving a little bit faster. We have, oh god, we have 50 card Sprite Adventure Melfi. Okay, we're going, we're okay, we'll see. We're getting to the point where the decks are starting to get a little crazy. Okay. This, I was about to say, this seems like a deck that would completely tear up a Latin American YCS. Like this deck, this is like the Latin American version of European Rika. There was like I remember a time period where like everything in the world was won by other decks, but then in Latin America, it was always, for some reason, Adventure Sprite that would like win. I am from the Netherlands. Okay. I was okay. Well, let's take a look at it. There's a Gale Dogra into Schism to have something that will not instantly collapse to Dark Ruler no more. Okay, that's a side deck plan. You're setting a Schism to not die to Dark Ruler. Okay, fair enough. Because Dark Ruler is a card that people play at the moment. Like, it's not super common, but it exists. Spellbound is for Centurion and some rogue when going first. Yeah, you don't need to prepare for Centurion. I'm not gonna lie. You don't need to prepare for Centurion. Wait, is that a golden Kappa train again? Dude, didn't we have one last weekend? Anyways, Private Duelist Cup. Duelist Club, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Goldilocks, thank you for the 4. Crazy, thank you for the Prime. And Willow, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that. Yeah, these golden Kappa trains have kind of been popping up more often recently. Breaks AoE, thank you for the 13. Cornfake, thank you for the gift sub. And Exane, thank you for the Prime. Yeah, you guys, I don't want to, we have a lot of decks ahead of ourselves, so I don't want to like have this golden kappa train take too much time out of the stream. If you guys want to support the channel, that's beautiful. If you want to get the golden kappa, you can do that right now. You don't have to feel forced to buy the golden kappa train or anything like that. Let's just move on with the deck profiles, and any support is obviously much appreciated, but let's just let's focus on this adventure sprite deck. Naturia Prime, thank you for the Prime, appreciate that. All right. Let me see. It's baffling to me how, like, are you keeping it 50 cards by principle? Because why is there 2 Ash Blossoms? Why are there 2 Ghost Ogres? You went all the way to 50 cards, but you couldn't fit like the 3rd Ash? The 3rd Ash was too much. You definitely want to be playing, like, if you're going to 50 cards with your deck, you definitely want to be playing 3 of these kind of cards. Absolutely, like, for sure. So I would say, what is even cuttable? I don't know if I love the pixies. I like 3 anglers because you're playing the adventure package. Obviously, that's nice. I would probably personally cut pixies, and I would cut gamma burst at the very minimum for the 3rd Ash, and then maybe the 3rd ogre. Because they even said in their message, I haven't finished the message yet, but they said 3rd Ash and ogre in the side to minimize the chances of having multiple hard ones per turn in hand, while being able to pivot into 3 copies of matchups for matchups where I really want to see one or both of them. Like, unironically, maybe that's a concern that you could have in a 40 card deck, but in a 50 card deck, just play 3 Ash Blossom. Like, just play 3 Ash. It doesn't happen that much. Like, just play 3. Even in 40, most of the time you want to play 3 Ash Blossoms, but like in 50 especially, just play the 3rd. It's better. The side deck, so yeah, move the Ash and the Ghost Ogre out of the side deck. Play 3 shifters, probably fine. Schism package, if you have a problem with Dark Ruler, I think that's reasonable to play. So I don't hate that idea. I think the Spellbound is not good. The Illegal Knight, probably not necessary. The one-off Duster and the double Cosmic, like, honestly, I feel like isn't the Runic Stun matchup kind of free if you're playing Adventure? Because you can bounce Floodgates every turn. Is the Schism package that much better than just Judgment? I mean, you're not going to draw Judgment, are you, in your 50 card Adventure Sprite deck? But the Gale Dogra you can summon with Gigantic. So I would argue, yes, that's better. Right? Like, you have a guaranteed plan to go for. That seems okay. But the other, like the Judgment in 50, you just can never guarantee. So I think that's fair. If you get to play. I mean, yeah, yes. But if you don't get to play, then you also don't have to worry about Dark Ruler. So yeah, I think the side deck can use a rework. I think the 3 shifter and the Schism package, I think you can keep. I think for the remainder, I think it's probably best to side deck really high impact cards. Like, I think your deck seems perfect to play a Thrust package in, because you can go for Talons, you can go for the 1 copy of Duster, you can go for Rite of Aramis here if you're missing that. Like, this seems the perfect deck to play a Thrust package. Or, since you're already playing a hand trap deck, you could also think about playing some more situational hand traps in the side deck, like Bestials or Crows, or something like that. But other than that, it's like it seems like a fun approach to the deck. It's kind of a pile, but I mean you know that, right? I'm trying to go a little faster because I'm noticing I'm like during these Deck Doctor streams I talk a lot, And I feel that like my voice is already kind of starting to. I'm starting to get worried about my voice, even though I can probably do a little longer. But I'm trying to get through some of these decks a little quicker because we're not even halfway done, and we've been streaming for almost 3 hours, or I've been streaming for almost 3 hours. Stay hydrated. That's probably good advice. Oh yeah. Okay, this is a list submitted by Sansa Parelia, which I've seen before. I don't know if this was sent to me or if I had it in my YouTube recommendations, but there was someone who uploaded a Naturia Paleo deck. Which is a 60 card deck that is using a paleo. It's basically the paleo cards that that we've been popularizing, but it uses a Naturia package in that deck. Which, let me read Naturia and Yugioh real quick, because that's the one I'm not sure what it does. Right. When your opponent special summons a monster, you can special summon a level 3 or lower Naturia monster from your deck. Oh, it's it's soldier dragons. It's everyone get in here, but with bugs instead of dragons. Okay. Yeah, this card is cool if you can protect it with Vaboku, I guess. Like, you know, your opponent starts... Dude, playing into this kind of... This is not even once per turn, dude. Playing into Naturia and Yugioh is a pain in the ass, dude. Like, you summon once, they summon Mole Cricket, the Mole Cricket summons Camellia Sunflower. If you keep summoning, they summon more Naturias, dude. This card seems turbo annoying. That being said, I have no idea why this is all in a paleo deck list, unfortunately. All right, good talk. Thank you for the 5 months. So like in an ideal world where you go first and you open like Mole Cricket or something and then set 4, this is pretty dope. In a realistic world, this seems like a package that takes away more from the paleo deck than it offers to it, because this does a couple things. Like, it makes you weak to a lot of cards that normally you aren't weak to, like Imperm or Appaloosa and stuff like that. But this is fun. This is definitely fun. And you're using almost the same trap package as I'm using in the paleo deck, the pure paleo deck, so this is all fine. I don't know if you need Ice Dragon's Prison. I've personally been doing great without it. But the question is just, is the Naturia package actually good? Which I'd have to try it. This looks like something. This looks like something I could easily try in Master Duel. And in Master Duel, it's probably even better because we have 3 Sacred Tree, which for some reason, that card is still limited. Like, maybe this would be a little bit better if Sacred 3 was at 3, because then you can always Morella for more Naturia cards. But yeah, this seems fun. It's I look, my prediction is that it's not better than pure paleo, but it's got some cool stuff to it. Try it now? No, we're not trying it now. Yeah, skip the second half of all the submissions and to play Paleozoic Naturia in Master Duel. That sounds like a good plan. Screw everyone else and play and play Paleo. Low-key, I think we're getting through the second half of the decks a little faster because we're getting a bunch of repeats. So if we are done faster than I think, then we can play a game with this in Master Duel. Like, because I'm seeing a lot of repeats. Like, for example, the next list is a Goblin Biker list, which we've already talked about. Then there's a Yubel Unchained one, which we've already talked about. So, like, I'm sorry if I'm skipping your specific list, but we've already talked about some of these decks before, and I'm trying to not have too many repeats in these deck doctors because it gets very repetitive. We have another Lightsworn pile, which I guess let's just point out. I know a good way to do this, even though like we've already talked about Bestial Lightsworn before. Let me just point out some of the differences and some cards that we haven't talked about yet to give you guys my opinion on it. Horus, I think, does not go super well with Lightsworn, simply because the Horus cards are terrible mills, and that's not great. The Thunder Dragon cards, I'm kind of iffy on. I personally wouldn't play them, but I think they're okay. Everything else from this deck, I think we've already talked about, right? It's just Lightsworn, just mill good cards. Ooh, okay, this is a new one. Atlantics submitted Valmonica and said, I picked up Valmonica recently and I'm trying it out today at locals for the second time. It's fun to play, but sadly dies sometimes already to 1 or 2 hand traps. In my side deck, so far I like the Angel of Blue Tears for a targeted negate and a normal trap search, or if I discard it to scale the pendulum monster. Thrust would be better, but I can't afford it. Any advice for the deck would be nice, especially in the side deck. My normal end board would be Zebufera with SP and the Valmonica trap on field or grave. Depends on the hand. SP could be here or anything else. Baguska or Dweller. SP is my 5th summon, and if they nib me, I can tag out with SP. Okay, in that case, I like going for SP if it's 5 summons exactly. I want to try out the Toad package with Gigabyte in the main and King of the Feral Imps. Bahamut Shark, totally awesome, and Link Spider in the extra deck, because with King of the Feral Imps, I can search Gigabyte, special summon him, because Celetrice is a spellcaster. Okay. So, this deck, I have seen it perform once, and that was... Which national championship was that? Was that also Austrian? I feel like it was Austrian Nationals where we recapped the stream. Maybe Dutch? The one where it almost topped? Dutch, okay. So, I don't want to get into too much detail on the Valmonica cards, or like on the deck, because I haven't played Valmonica myself yet. All I want to say is that Europe, like, I may not know much about Valmonica specifically, but I know a good bit about the current format. And I think in the current format, what you're trying to do is solid. Like, you're trying to play an engine like Valmonica, and you're pairing it up with a lot of hand traps. That is a solid recipe in the current format. Now, you say that your deck struggles with 1 hand trap sometimes, so I like the fact that you're playing the Cross-Eyed and the Called By. I think you can slim down the deck even more by taking out the Talents, because I think if your deck loses to 1 hand trap, then Talents isn't even that good, because Talents doesn't stop the hand trap, right? Talents only is like, oh, I'm gonna look at your hand and see if you can kill me next turn, and sometimes the answer is just yes. So, I think taking out Talents is fine. I think you would want to play a 3rd Veiler. I don't know why you're playing 3 Ogre and only 2 Veiler. I think Veiler is probably the 2nd best hand trap this format after Infinite Impermanence. So I think definitely play 3 Veilers. And maybe even get the deck closer to 40 to see your good cards more often. In this case, that seems fine. Like, if your deck is weak to hand traps, the best thing you can do is make it 40 cards and play Crossout to be able to see that card as often as you can, right? So you'd be cutting the 2 Talents, which puts you to 41, adding the 3rd Veiler, which puts you to 42, and then maybe you can even cut it down a little bit further. I don't know exactly if, like, here's the, normally this is where I would tell you, hey, maybe you can cut one copy of Versare or Invitare or whatever, but I don't know the cards well enough to tell you that, right? That is something that you can try to do, but I'm not sure if you want to do that. And then the side deck, unfortunately, I'm not a big fan of the side deck construction in this one, because you're main decking an absurd amount of hand traps. Or, like, it's not absurd, like, it's a lot of hand traps for the current format. I think side decking Dark Ruler or Evenly or Lightning Storm, like, not even or, it's and. You're side decking Dark Ruler, Lightning Storm, Evenly, and Feather Duster when you're playing, or when you're main decking like 12 hand traps after you add the third Veiler. That doesn't make sense, right? Because you're stopping your opponent from making a board, right? Lightning Storm is fine because of skill drain. Yeah, Cosmic is fine because of skill drain, maybe, like Duster, but you don't want to play Dark Ruler and Evenly in this kind of thing, right? You want to play maybe Mourner, maybe Nibiru, maybe Crow, depending on which matchups you have a problem with, but you don't want to side board breakers in a deck that main decks this many hand traps. That doesn't make sense. And I see this a lot of times. Like, people look at Dark Ruler and Evenly and they think like, yeah, those cards always need to be in my side deck. No, they don't. No, they don't need to be in your side deck at all times. Like, if that's not the strategy you're following in this format, then why are you following the strategy in a format where those cards are not great, right? Like, it doesn't make that much sense. Okay, we got Labyrinth. We got another Lightsworn pile. I mean, honestly, I'm not going to go over every single Lightsworn pile, but shoutouts to everyone submitting Lightsworn, because that deck is super fun, and I'm glad seeing people mess around with it. We've got Mitsu submitting another deck we haven't seen today, and that's Pearly. This is the... All right, there we go. And they said, it's just Pearly, mostly for locals and fun with friends. Only thing I'm really caught up is on whether I should be playing Ogre over Mourner and if I should be playing Crossouts in the main. I like Mourner because it's another card that hits Witch, and Pearly has a natural out to Ogre. I feel like Crossout main makes the deck weaker going second, but I feel like there's not much of a choice this format. Also considering Evenly over Cosmic, because that card seems busted. I mean, yeah, your main deck is very, very straightforward. I'd be inclined to try to make it 40, but it's not easy because all of the cards that you're playing look good. I do think Ghost Mourner is better than Ghost Ogre overall. I think Ghost Ogre is also very good this format, but I think in my personal ranking, it would be the next hand trap after Mourner. Like, I think it's Imperm, Veiler, Ash, Mourner, and then Ogre. So I think this decision is fine. I think if you're playing Crossout, though, I think one copy of Ghost Ogre is nice. Because, yes, you can have Happy Memory to protect your My Friend Pearly, but you don't always have that, right? Like, and sometimes it'd be really nice to have that one copy of Ghost Ogre, right? And so I would be trying to fit that. I would not want to go to 42 cards, so that's rough. Maybe you cut one Mourner for it, play like 2 Mourner, 1 Ghost Ogre. For the reasoning of Crossout, that could be fine. So yeah. But overall, the thing about Pearly that is both, I mean, it's both a positive and a negative, but like, Pearly just does what it does in the current format, right? And like, because it's a weird thing, because Pearly itself is kind of weak into hand traps. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes you have the field spell and you can ignore all their hand traps, and that's really good. But and then sometimes you don't have the field spell and the hand traps just destroy you, right? At the same time, Pearly has great synergy with hand traps because you can draw them in your opponent's standby phase with the Sleepy Memory draws, and that's really, really good, right? So and Pearly in terms of deck building for this format is not that interesting because unironically you're already doing a good job at it. Like, you're playing a very cookie cutter Pearly list, but I don't think it's even necessary to be super fancy about it right now. I think this list is fine. And it's gonna perform the way you would expect it to. Like, it's just all right. I don't think it's insane, but it's all right. and I don't have many improvements to make for this one. Ooh, we have someone cooking here. I tried to build my favorite deck Centurion with this very strong engine Melodious. I must say, when I go first and the opponent lets me play, they can't really beat my end board. Also, it doesn't lose to Dark Ruler or evenly. Okay, so what you're saying is, if you're going first and you're not getting hand trap, you're usually winning the game? That's crazy. Okay, here we go. My problem is going second. Well, well, yeah. What do you want me to tell you? What do you want me to do? You want me to perform a miracle on this deck? And then it's just some suggestions. Question mark, smile. Oh, I don't know, dude. Roll higher numbers in the dice roll. What do you want me to say? um. Well, yeah. It looks like that's what your deck is doing very, very well. You're playing Centurion and Melodious. Like the Melodious cards definitely would help you push through hand traps with Centurion, because normally Centurion is relatively weak to hand traps, right? It's a 1-card combo deck that is stopped by a 1-card combo, which is how it should be, by the way. And the Melodious cards just give you extra lines of plays. They let you summon Absolute Dragon and all that kind of stuff into Vortex to let you play through hand traps. So going first, this seems like a fine concept. And you're even adding Crossout Designator to further improve that concept, right? So yeah, going first, this seems very scary because it's got a lot of really good starter cards and backed up by Crossout and Prosperity, like really solid. Going second, you're already kind of doing what you need to be doing. I think you can do it a little bit better though. Like you could be better playing better hand traps. I think the best way to play this would probably be to play maximum amount of effect veilers and ghost mourners, as I've suggested to everyone else. And then literally just my tip is accept your fate. When you're playing this deck and you're going second against decks like Snake Eyes, you look at your opening hand, you hope it has enough hand traps, and you try to stop them from playing the game. And if they break through your hand traps because you don't have enough, then you're going to lose. Which is unfortunate. That's going to feel bad. But I can't perform a miracle surgery or anything on your deck to make it not only auto win going first, but also win going second. Because then, guess what? Your deck would probably be the best deck in the game right now. And it's not. Like, the deck's fine, but I can't make it do that. I can't do that. That is not something that Centurion Melodious is going to do. Okay, here's another deck that we haven't had yet, and that is Pure Voiceless Voice. I want to play Pure Voiceless Voice for Nationals. I tried the Melodious and the branded version, but I think Pure is the most consistent version of Voiceless. What do you think about my build? Any suggestions for the side deck? Edit, Appaloosa in the extra deck is a Selene. Okay, hold up. Okay, so the Appaloosa is a Selene. I personally have never really gotten the appeal of the Odd Eyes Pendulum Graph Dragon. Maybe that's just me. As someone who hasn't played as much with Voiceless Voice, I've played a little bit, but I'm not really in love with the Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon. I feel like the deck is good enough without it, and honestly, I like playing multiple copies of Seravis. Better than Melodious? I mean, they don't mean better than Pure Melodious. They mean better than the Melodious version of Voiceless. which is something that I can't really judge because I haven't played much Melodious Voiceless yet. I personally think Melodious seems good in Voiceless because it does two things. It helps it push through hand traps, which is very relevant in this format. And it also helps you make more powerful end boards, which is also relevant when you're playing Voiceless Voice because your end board is relatively fair. But if you've tried those other versions, I think it's okay to play Pure Voiceless. I think Pure Voiceless is a capable deck. I think it's fine. I think one of the biggest strengths of Pure Voiceless, though, is to be able to play multiple copies of Soravis. Like, I think Soravis can be played in Voiceless at any amount, like 1, 2, or 3 copies, but I think 1 right now is definitely not correct. Like, everyone is playing Veiler, Imper, Mourner. I think it's definitely a 2 Soravis format, if not 3. Like that card is just way too good right now. So yeah, I would play more copies of Soravis. I'm not sure if I think Fenrir is that good in this deck. Like, unironically, I think maybe what I would do is maybe take out the Fenrir and the Pendulum Graph and play 2 more copies of Soravis. And then maybe replace the Ghost Ogre with Ghost Mourner, depending on which one you, I don't know, yeah. Oh. And then suggestions for the side deck. Okay, suggestions for the side deck. Once again, the side deck is okay. I am not like, what are you guys siding? Like, I'm seeing so many Cosmics and Evenlies today in general. Depending on, not ignoring which deck you're playing, what kind of matchups? Tell me in chat right now, what kind of matchups do you think these cards are good for? Wow, you have all words banned. Remind me to never come back to the stream. Dude, you said... the message that got deleted was 99% of cards cunt Nami made are garbage. And that's... Okay, I'll remind you. Hold up. There you go. Bob, you're banned. That's your reminder. Now when you come back to the channel, you can't... Yeah, that's fine. There you go. That's your reminder. You're welcome. Okay, so what do you think? What do you guys think Evenly and Cosmic are actually good against right now? Like, I'm genuinely curious. Floodgates are a thing. What does this mean? Like, translate that for me into like practice. Like, which deck are you sitting across from and you're putting evenly matched in against, right? I play Cosmic mostly against Runic and Fire Kings. Okay, fair enough. Give me more. Runic, Stun, and Labyrinth. Okay. Evenly matched is not good against Labyrinth. Next. Voiceless Voice. Okay. Evenly against Snake Eyes. All right. And this is what I very often see is I think you're not thinking this whole stuff through. Melodious? Okay, Evenly is terrible against Melodious. Evenly beats combo boards. Give me real words, dude. What does this mean? What are you siding Evenly for? Snake Eye? Look, Evenly Matched is a really, really good Yu-Gi-Oh card, right? But you need very solid reasoning to put it into your deck, right? And I think Evenly can be good right now, but not if your main deck is this, right? Because yes, something like Floodgates are a concern, right? Like, for example, Snake Eyes putting in Skill Drain when they start is a concern. That is something that Evenly can beat, right? Because if you go into the battle phase and you activate Evenly against Snake Eye, they either have to keep the skill drain and banish their entire other field, or they have to banish the skill drain. So it's got some appeal, right? It's got some appeal. The problem is what you're trying to do here is you're trying to stop Snake Eye Ash from resolving, right? And if that doesn't work, like Evenly is not good enough on its own against Snake Eye, right? So like, because your Voiceless Voice deck does not beat Snake Eyes after they've gone full combo, Promethean in the graveyard, some hand traps in hand, so on and so forth, right? You go battle phase, you activate Evenly, they keep Flamberge. Main phase 2, you start playing, they hand trap you once or twice, they Promethean, pop the Flamberge, bring back 2 level 1s, get follow-up. Next turn, you're probably losing because you didn't have a battle phase, right? Like, that doesn't work out, right? Yes, you've outed Skill Drain. Congratulations, but you've lost to the Snake Eye part of their deck, right? So that would only work if your deck can actually beat the Snake Eye deck by just activating Evenly, right? Evenly, right now, from my perspective, is like... And the thing is, especially, you're not going to cite out all those hand traps. I think Evenly is only good. I think Evenly is only good if you're not playing a bunch of hand traps, right? Because I think Evenly is fine going second when you have 6 cards in hand, and one of them is Evenly. But it's not fine if you've used 2 hand traps previously, and then all of a sudden you have a hand of 4 cards and one of those is Evenly. That's not good enough, right? And so when your deck has this kind of non-engine, I don't like Evenly. Except for maybe specifically the Runic Stun matchup or something like that, right? But there's better cards, right? And so I think Evenly is not great here. I think Cosmic is fine. I think Duster is okay as well if you want to respect Skill Drain a little bit. But yeah. Evenly with Droplet or Crow is good. Why is Evenly good with Droplet right now? Like, what's the point? Or with Crow? Like, yeah, okay, Evenly plus Crow. You go Evenly, they keep Flamberge, you Crow the Promethean. That's all right. Negate the SP dodge? Yeah. I think if I could choose 2 board breakers, though, I wouldn't choose Evenly plus Droplet. I would choose, like, Evenly plus Talons or something. People are too lazy for siding patterns, I feel like, so they add cards that seem powerful. I mean, that's the thing. The cards are powerful. It's just that cards always have to be evaluated in the context that you put them in, right? Like, I'm too lazy for siding patterns. I'm procrastinating since the week. So my personal issue with siding patterns is not that I'm too lazy for it. It's just that I usually do siding patterns or side deck last when I build a deck. And currently I am very, very late with my deck selection to a lot of tournaments recently. Well, there hasn't been a lot of tournaments, but like, I'm like scrambling to even decide for a deck. So I'm not even worried about my side deck choices yet. You know, like that's me at the moment. Like and German Nats is next week. I haven't decided what I'm playing. So obviously I haven't been messing around with the side deck. But that's usually what I do, like on the Friday or something. But still. So yeah. I think if you are building Voiceless Voice in it, like pure Voiceless Voice, I think it's fine. I think playing pure Voiceless Voice is fine. I think lean into the strengths of the deck, right? By not playing branded version or melodious version, you have more room for non-engine, and lean into that, right? Play non-engine, play a bunch of hand traps, play the Saravis to play through your opponent's hand traps, and make your side deck complement your main deck, right? Like, think about how the games are going to go after siding, right? You're not going to evenly Snake Eyes after Veiloring and Imperming them, and then like that's never going to seem great. right? Like lean into it. Maybe side deck main deck the Mourners, side deck the Ghost Ogres or something like that, right? Side deck Bells for other decks. Lean into the strengths of your deck rather than just like trying to do everything, right? Like your deck doesn't need to have breakers and all the hand traps in the world, right? You have to do everything. It's in 2 days? Well, okay, that's more of a problem, Vince. Wait, Italian Nationals is this weekend? Yeah? Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. That's unfortunate. I was gonna watch that, but I can't. I don't have time this weekend because we are. I'm streaming on Sunday for the Challenger Cup. Well, okay, unfortunately. Josh is streaming Saturday now, dude. Saturday is my 1 day off. I'm streaming tomorrow and on Sunday. I can't stream on Saturday. We already have plans. I can't do that. Okay, we're probably gonna recap it on stream next week. It's fine. All right. Dude, what is this? This is ancient. Dragon Link? Playing Dragon Link for the last regional of the season and for NAWCQ. I'm using Crossout over more hand traps because even though Dragon Link can play through hand traps, it's very difficult to play through several in one turn. So being able to limit that helps a lot. Bestials can be hand traps as a certain deck, so you can normally still have some interruptions going second. So you're playing one. Okay, it's a very 45 cards is like the smallest Dragon Link deck I've seen in a long time. Dude, at this point, I mean, I understand you're playing all those hand traps for crossout. I get it. Unironically, just play more cards, dude. It's Dragon Link. Dragon Link is fine playing more cards. Just put like third Safeguard so you have more starters. Slightly. Like put third Safeguard and then max out. Like play more Veilers, Imprims, more all that. Play like 50 perfect number. Play 54. 54 is perfect. I calculated in my head. Trust. So add. So what is this? This is 45 plus 2 Ashes. We're 47 plus 2 Veilers, 49 plus 2 Mourners, 50, 51 plus 2 Imprims, 53 plus 1 Safeguard, 54. Yeah, perfect. 54 is optimal. Like I said, that number just came naturally to me. I don't know how I did that. Just play. Dude, I think this is what always has made Dragon Link powerful, was the mix between hand traps and combo, right? It's never been just one or the other. It's always been like a mix. And I feel like that's what you should be trying to do. Cut Gamma Driver. I feel like the driver is important for the red eyes, Jordan. I was about to say, I was gonna say, why are we playing Gamma and Driver? But then I realized that deck actually has a reason to play it. Cut that too? Nah, I like that guy. That guy's cool. What was your Worlds Dragon Link deck count? I played 40 cards in Dragon Link at Worlds, but the reason for that was a different one. And it doesn't apply to the TCG. Like the reason for that was because we all had 2 decks, and I didn't want my opponent to see what deck I'm on when I'm going second, and they can see the number, right? I didn't want them to see like 40 card, like my Naturia deck was obviously 40 cards, and then they play against 45. They know it's the Dragon Link deck. I don't want, and then they play around Bestials. I didn't want that. That's why I made both 40. And obviously, it was also a lot about drawing Maxi and drawing outs to Maxi. It's a different environment, but the main reason was I didn't want them to see the number of cards that I'm playing is different from my other deck. Right? That's why it was 40 cards in Dragon Link in that. Okay, we have okay, we're getting a lot of repeats. Wait, what is this? Decklist is inspired by the 60 card build from Ryan Yu and Sintoli. Standard 1-card combo ends on Raging Phoenix Roar, Princess Engrave, and Ash Blossom in hand. Wait, this deck searches Ash? Does it summon Ash with Horse Prince and then bounce it back with Sunlight Wolf? Yes? Ooh, that's cool. This deck is not bad. I mean, I think Salamangrate is not bad. I don't know if this 60 card version, I haven't seen this before, by the way. You said inspired by Ryan Yu. I've never seen Ryan Yu play this. I must have missed the memo on that. But I think Salamangrate is solid. I don't know if it needs to be 60 cards. Why Debug and not Buffalo? I mean, it's playing 60 cards and it's not that many Cybers, actually. Like, it's not that many Cybers. I think in 60, I agree with the debug. I think if you make it 40 and you play it like that'd be reasonably, but yeah. If they draw Rivalry, I quit. Sometimes they will, though. Nah, but I think Salamangrate has potential. So basically what you've done, what you've done here is you've put all of the cards into one deck. So what I would do now is I would start cutting. I would start cutting down to the most essential stuff, right? I don't think you need to reach 40, but I do think there is some cards in here that have lower quality than others, right? Like surely Salamangrate of Fire does not need to be a 3-of. Surely Salamangrate Weasel that is searchable by Cyber's Wicked does not need to be a 3-of. Right? So on and so forth. I don't know exactly how I would build Salamangrate this format. I haven't played it enough myself. I wanted to try it at some point, but I haven't found the time for it yet. But I do think Salad has potential. I think Salad is a good deck. Yeah. Salamangrate of Fire is also a 1-card starter, though. Yeah, it's so weird, though, that it locks you into fires and you can't do most of your really cool stuff. Like Wicked and so on and so forth. That's, I think that's, like, it's weird. No Code of Soul is an interesting decision. I've seen some people say you don't need Code of Soul. Like the whole Code of Soul package and then the Pyro Phoenix line is pretty cool, but maybe it's not necessary. I'm not sure. Is Wicked the only Mathmech card we accept? I mean, Cyber's Wicked is not a Mathmech. It's a Cybers. And we hate most Cybers, but yeah. What's the difference? I mean, Mathmechs are all cringe, and Cybers are just mostly cringe. That's the difference. But Marinces are water cards. They don't count. They don't count as Cybers. All right, we have Coolvert upload. Okay, they. I'm pretty sure they've played a Challenger Cup with this. Because it's this runic paleo sprite. So let me get this straight, okay? I don't know if you want real feedback on this, but this is literally just runic sprite, but you've made it worse because you've put paleos in it. I hate to break it to you, but the paleos do nothing for this deck. They do nothing. So either you are just memeing on purpose, or I don't know what to tell you. Because why is there two Olinoids? Why is that basically your non-engine? Why is it two Olinoids, 2 Dynamishes, 2 Canadia. It makes no sense. I hate to break it to you, but it makes no sense. Runic Paleo Sprite. The end board, listen, they even added what the end board should be. The end board should be Fountain with Carrot, Sprint, IP, and Opabinia. Runic cards in hand, and Paleo's activatable from hand for pure hand control power. So the idea, guys, let that sink in. The idea is you go first, obviously. You summon Paleozoic Opabinia with 2 effect monsters. It doesn't even have a trap attached, so it doesn't search anything. You just summon Opabinia. That way, when you draw Paleozoic cards of Fountain, you can immediately activate them, which, if you really think about it, turns them into Runics. Let that sink in. Crazy, insane. Deck is so powerful that I can't even improve it further. Oh god. Why is there Koakimeru Guardian? You just, oh, it's because Dark World doesn't need a normal summon, so you just normal it and then cook. Maybe Farfa was right. Maybe Block Dragon was not the is this TCG or Master Duel? Because it's technically legal for both. Oh, Silva is banned, right? I forgot. Right. I mean, the concept of Dark World is always kind of the same. So instead of, I'll give you some feedback on some individual card choices in a second, but just like in general, I do think Dark World is the kind of deck that is scary to go up against whenever you don't play Droll and Lockbird in your deck, which at the moment, not many people are playing Droll and Lockbird. So I think in theory, if you ever have a chance of doing somewhat okay with Dark World, I think it's now. I still don't think the deck is great, but like at least people aren't playing mini Droll and Lockbirds, right? A couple of things. I think Mass Change 2 and Dark Law is probably absolute cope. I don't think you would want to play that. Because you're, I mean, let's be real. If you play the game, you win the game with this kind of deck, right? And it's like you don't need to go into Dark Law for that, because like you're hand looping your opponent for 4. So there's no need to put up a Dark Law. So I think take out that. Everything else seems reasonable. Called by the Grave, I don't love in a danger deck because you have no control over it. You can't set it before you start popping off. So I think I know you're probably scared of Droll and Lockbird, but just take out the called by and hope people don't have it, which is realistic in this format. I think it's okay to accept that you sometimes lose to Droll. You don't even always lose to Droll because you have Koakimeru Guardian. So yeah, take out the called by, take out the mass change. I don't even know what you add, to be honest. Maybe more dangers. Maybe more allures, maybe more talents. Even though I like the one-ofs of the once per turns in Dark Worlds because you draw your entire deck. So maybe it's just more allures. But yeah. Whew, okay, we have. Let's take a look at this one. Even though we've already had Salamangrate, this is a 40 card version of it. So let's see if that seems to make a little more sense than the 60 card pile. Immediately, this is looking pretty good to me, honestly. Looking at this makes me wonder how they even made it a 60 card deck previously, because this feels like it has everything it needs. We've taken out Salamangrate Rage, which I think is okay. Just focusing on Roar. What are the deck lists built on? That is Yu-Gi-Oh! Neuron. It's an app for Yu-Gi-Oh! It's got, how many hand traps do we have? 12? 12. Okay. Not the most, but not the worst either. It's okay. We play Buffalo, we play 1 Fire, we play 1 Foxy, 3 Gazelle, 3 Spinny. I like that. 1 Weasel, 1 Coat of Soul, 1 Falco, 1 Jaguar. That seems perfect. Don't even know if you really need Falco. We play 3 Circle, 3 Mining for consistency. We even have room for talents. We play a Sanctuary and a Will. We play a Salamangrate Charge, which is like debatable. But this looks a lot cleaner than the 60 card version that we saw earlier, right? Maybe the sweet spot for Salad, now that they have 3 Circle and 3 Gazelle again, maybe the sweet spot is you can go a little bit over 40, because I'm not gonna lie, Salamangrate these days, it might sound like a weird comparison, but it does feel a little bit like Dragon Link, right? Where it's got like these powerful mid-range combos. It's usually pairing it up with a bunch of hand traps, and it has a couple of cards that you preferably don't want to draw, like Sanctuary or Salamangrate Roar, that kind of stuff, right? So I feel like it's kind of comparable to Dragon Link, which the ideal solution for Dragon Link was very often to play like 45 or something. And I could see this being the case for Salamangrate, because you play, I mean, you have 3 Circle, 3 Mining, 3 Gazelle. You're probably fine going over 40 a little bit, right? So I think that might be the sweet spot for Salamangrate. Right? Waver submits this and says, I want to be a world champion, and I want to bring your guys' attention to the fact that I remember this. Okay, so I'm not gonna give you any feedback on this. I'm just gonna tell the story again. To punish you for submitting this. The story behind this deck, because you will see that it says Leon at the top. Waver has brought this deck to YCS Leon in 2023, and you might think that there's something missing on the screen, and that is there is not, no, this is the full deck. We have not submitted a side deck either. Yeah. Waver just brought this to YCS Leon and did not submit a side deck with it, and I'm gonna tell the story again. I don't care. I played against Waver before the tournament, or I don't know, during the tournament at some point with I played my Edison deck against this, because I told him this deck does not even beat an Edison deck, and he was like, all right, bet. And he lost to my 2010 Edison Fairy deck with his 2023 YCS main event deck. So yeah, we're ignoring this submission. There's nothing to be done about it. I can't save this. It's over. Next up, we have Raid Raptors, which I'm gonna be honest with you. Yeah, fuck them birds, dude. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know raid raptors. I don't know. I don't know raid raptors. I'm sorry. Fuck them birds. All right. We're starting to get a lot of repeats. I think we're done soon because most of the stuff that people are submitting has already been submitted. And we've talked about a majority of. Dude, there's a second chain burn in the queue. How? How are we getting a repeat on chain burn? Anyways, branded, 60 card branded. Let me see if they had any questions. Where is it? Quite late, so not sure if the stream will get there, but this is my 60 card branded setup right now. The trap in the side is for 10 pi, and the deck in general feels quite potent into Snake Eye going second. I think branded is fine right now. I'm gonna. I hate to say this to a couple of these lists, but I'm not sure how to improve this list. Because, I mean, you've certainly made a decision to go 60 all gas, no breaks. I think this looks very fun. Outside of the Gimmick Puppet lock, obviously. I don't know if it's necessary to play Gimmick Puppet and Dark Magician. Because, like, is it really necessary to have both options? Like, Puppet Lock or Dragoon? Like, do you really need that? Yellow MWL, thank you for the 5 gifties. Appreciate that. Very, very generous. Thank you. Okay, so instead of suggesting changes to this deck, I'm just gonna give you some stuff to think about, I feel like. Yeah, do you need both Gimmick Puppet and Dark Magician? Question number 1. Do you really need 2 branded in red? I know you're playing Desires, but you're also playing 60 cards. I guess maybe that's too bad if you lose it, though. I guess, I get it. Everything else looks fine. Thrust is a card that I would probably at least side deck if you have it, especially because you're playing the 1 copy of Fusion Duplication. That's a little confusing to me if you don't play Thrust. Right? Like, Fusion Duplication is really good with Thrust. 1 copy is not good without Thrust. Like, what is up with that? Phantasme is not good in this deck because you're playing 60 cards and Phantasme is only good when you open it. So you're going to go second. I'll tell you what's going to happen with Phantasme. You're going to go second. You're not going to open it because you're playing 60 cards. Then it's going to be your turn. You're going to activate cards like Allure, Desires, Patchwork to deck thin, Talents to draw, Chimera to draw, and you're going to draw into Phantasmes that are going to suck. So I don't think Phantasme is good in this one. The Shadow Dragon is really nice. I like that. I think you can also consider playing Eldritch the Golden Lord because it's a much better against Runic Stun than Shadow Dragon, so that you can send it as a light monster and then keep reusing it every turn to pop their floodgates, which is really nice in branded. So just some stuff to think about. Just some stuff to think about. Can I send it again? Send what again? Rika? Oh, dude. I mean, I don't know about Rika. I can't tell you anything. Like, I wish I could, but there's nothing to say here other than I hate this deck and congratulations on winning the European Championship. Like, what do you want me to say? Coolver, thank you for the gift sub. Appreciate you. I am also sure. I mean, genuinely, it doesn't look bad, is what I'll say. I feel like Ghost Bell and Ghost Ogre are weird choices as your go-to hand traps when you are not even playing Effect Veiler. Other than that, it really seems fine. But I'm not an expert on it. Okay, what are we cooking here? So this is just Bestial Runic, so I was gonna skip it, but they said some stuff there. I think they're cooking something with the Muddy Mud Dragon. What is this? The idea here is to make Muddy into Albion, into Grand Guignol, into Lubellion, tribute Albion, and get regained. Overlay for Zombie Vampire and Mill 4. It basically gets me all the setup I need, and if you have an additional Bestial, you just go off. And you use the other synchro lines for extension or follow-up. Sounds very fragile. Okay, hold up. Muddy Mud Dragon. Okay, so it's a fusion replacement and it lets you fuse. So your idea is Hugin plus level 4 tuner makes Muddy Mud Dragon. Then you use that Muddy Mud Dragon to fuse into Albion. Then you use the Albion to fuse away the Muddy Mud Dragon into Grand Guignol. The Grand Guignol sends Lubellion, and then you can... So this is basically a way to get regained if you don't draw Lubellion, is what I'm getting, right? Look, unironically, I don't hate it. My problem with it is that, because the thing is, it doesn't change anything about your main deck. That's the cool thing here, right? The cool thing is that you don't have to play any main deck bricks for this. Like, it doesn't change your main deck at all. It's just another option that you have that you can take sometimes if you really want Regained, which Regained is really important, right? The problem is that it takes you Albion, Grand Guignol, Muddy Mud Dragon, and a rank 8 in the extra deck, 4 slots in a deck that already struggles massively with extra deck slots, right? So that's awkward. That is awkward. But it's not a bad line. I like the creativity in the line. It's not bad. You just have to really think if that extra deck space is worth it. But it's solid. Like, the idea is not bad. My other main concern is non-engine in the main deck. You don't have enough room for hand traps in game 1, but post-side there's plenty of space going second, and most of the obvious board breakers clash with Bestials. Thoughts on this? Yeah, Dark Ruler is always a little weird in Runic decks, because you negate the board, but you can't attack over it. That's always kind of a bummer. Especially now that Baron is not there anymore. Like, previously, you could at least Dark Ruler and then Baron pops something. Now you're basically limited to Chengying and SP to get rid of their stuff. Coral Dragon can pop a card, I guess. So Dark Ruler is like, eh. Droplet I don't think is good in this deck. Like, yes, you can send a Runic from your field for free, but whenever you have to send a card from your hand with Droplet in this kind of deck, it's just usually too much investment. Because you already have to discard for Hugin and all that. The only cool thing about Droplet in this deck is that you can dodge Imperm or Veiler on Hugin. But for that, I prefer Duality. I think Duality would be a mainstay in this deck for me in this format. But yeah, most of the other things we've already talked about with the previous Runic Bestials that people submitted. Dude, there's a second chain burn. Why is there a second chain burn? Is it different than the first chain burn? Why is it's not different than the first chain burn? It's like one card difference. Or two. Why is there a standard chain burn list? Why is that a thing? Can we talk about that? Like, is there a chain burn community? Have people been cooking like a standard chain burn list? Yeah, and why is chain strike still limited? I just now realized that too. What the hell? There is a chain burn Discord? Oh god. Chain burn topped like a month ago. So, and because it's like the first chain burn top in like 10 years, the entire community has just adapted that list as the standard. So it's like the one guy is that guy like a god in that community now? Because like Chainburn is like one of the most dead decks out there from like 15 years ago. So like imagine being the one guy that topped with Chainburn after the deck hasn't done anything in like 10 plus years. Lit Muad'Dib. Chainburn. That guy's the Chainburn Muad'Dib. That's funny. Lisan Al Gaib. No, that's the one that I said, not Muad'Dib. Muad'Dib is his nickname, but like Lisan Al Gaib. Yeah, the Chainburn Lisan Al Gaib has been born. He's been found. Oh man. And now they're all everyone is submitting this Chainburn list to the deck doctor because they are preaching his message. Oh man. Yeah. The Chainburn Lisan Al Gaib, man, I can't. All right. Ashen next. I was thinking people would suggest or submit more rogue decks, but now you're hitting me with the absolute top meta TCG exclusive Ashen archetype. Three extinction is good. I think this card, Rekindling the Ashen, is just garbage. I wouldn't play that card. The field spell package is neat. The chicken game multi-universe set rotation terraforming package I think is alright for Ashen because you really want access to Obsidian. What does Zombina do? If this card in its owner's possession is destroyed by an opponent's card, you can target a level 4 or lower monster in your graveyard except Zombina, special summon it. Is this a small world bridge? Bro, look, guys. Small world, I've said this before. Small world is a red flag if I've ever seen one in deck building. All right. If you're like, it's not that small world is a bad card. It's just that all the decks that need small world are typically bad. Okay. If your deck is so inconsistent that it needs small world, it's probably not good to begin with. And if your deck needs to play a Zombina as a small world bridge, it's over. It's over. Start from scratch, okay? Just brick 10% of the time more or whatever. Like, no. I get maybe it's a I don't have okay, I'm reading the thing and they say I don't own Bonfire. Wait, what was that? I didn't catch that. Let me check that message. So like you don't have Bonfire. I get that. Okay, hey Josh, I had the first chain burn list on Deck Doctor today. You basically blind second and win 90% of games that way. Game 2 is decided if they have an out. Have a great day. You blind second and win 90% of games that way. Game 2 is decided if they have an out. Have a great day. No, that you said chain burn. You said chain burn, not 10 pi. The deck you're thinking of right now is 10 pi. You submitted chain burn. Anyways, moving on. Okay, no Bonfire because of budget reasons. Okay, your deck is gonna brick a little bit more, but don't replace it with Small World and Zombina. It's not the same thing. It's not even close to the same thing. I think if you don't have Bonfire, it's better to accept that your deck is gonna be slightly less consistent and just like not play Small World in that case. Like, yeah, it might suck to lose some games to bricked hands, but I would just cut the Small World and the Zombina and play like Mourner and then call it a day. Just have a deck that's slightly less consistent. Fine. Just but don't play Zombina Small World, please. They also, I feel bad because they took the time to write down all the Small World bridges with Zombina. Like it's a whole paragraph in their submission is like Zombina is the perfect Small World bridge from any Ascent monster to VODs or vice versa. Notably, this also work. And I just said like, please don't do that. But please don't do that. Okay, guys. We've reached a point. We've reached a point where I want to do a cut because I'm scrolling through the channel and I just now scrolled past Runic Stun. But I'm noticing that most of the decks we're scrolling past are repeats or decks that I don't know anything about because they're super like rogue, like Megalith or like Infernoble without Isolt. Like there's a lot of stuff here that I simply don't feel like I can provide meaningful input on because either we've already talked about it 1 or 2 times or I don't know enough about the decks. And I mean, we're 4 hours in. I've been yapping about your deck lists for 4 hours. So I hope this was helpful. I hope you found it enjoyable, but I think it's a good time to make a cut. I hope anyone who submitted a deck list and we didn't get to do it isn't too disappointed. I think we've managed to put a lot of deck lists on showcase today, and I hope I gave you some helpful feedback. I gotta show you Orcus Runic. I mean, no. I've seen Orcus Runic, and I'm not convinced. Did you do any cache lists? I submitted a cache list I wanted help on. Where's the cache list? We haven't done cache. We can do cache. All right, I've been swayed into doing one more. Oh, there it is. Okay, I missed that one. Pop. I submitted a rollback to elements list. Yeah, okay, I'm aware. Maybe I might have missed. Like we've looked at different tier element decks though. Like it's fine. I'll do this one and then we'll call it a day because they asked nicely. That's not a. If everyone starts asking nicely, it kind of defeats the purpose. Okay, let's do this one and then call it a day. All right. I'm sorry we can't get through every single submission. Unfortunately. All right. We have Cash Tira. I feel like this is a list that anyone who's paid attention to the stream so far is gonna know what I'm gonna say. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you. Most people in chat that have been watching the entire stream can do the deck doctor on this one. Right? Like, because what am I gonna say? Yes, Troll not good. Evenly not good. It does already have Mourner, so that is confusing. Yes. Nah, this main deck is good. Pretty solid actually. I don't know. The only card that might be cuttable is Talents. I don't know if it's the perfect non-engine for Cash Tira, but everything else is like really cookie cutter though. But I assume you know that. The side deck I'm not a huge fan of. I think Evenly is not great in Cash. I think D Barrier is okay. I think Lava Golem is okay. I think Droll is not good. The anti-spell is kind of whatever. You can play it. So I'd probably, what is like bad matchups for Cash Tira? Maybe Runic Stun you want more for, because like Skill Drain kind of destroys you, so you want to play like more Cosmics or Duster. Oh, you already played Duster, like more Cosmics. I think you might want to play Lava Golem is awkward, right? Because if I'm hand trapping people, are they really gonna play into Lava Golem? You get crushed by Tenpai. Yeah, maybe unironically play more for Tenpai. Like play Ghost Ogre for Tenpai, even though Ghost Ogre doesn't work under Shifter, but Shifter isn't even that good against Tenpai, so maybe you take it out for Ghost Ogre. Maybe you just play more traps for Tenpai, like you play like D Barrier and another trap for Tenpai. But yeah. All right, so we can do something. We can do something fun now. We can do something fun now, which is we can do what I said earlier. We can actually try to play that Naturia deck and see if it's got something to it. Because we have an hour left about, which is pretty much exactly one Paleo game, if we're lucky. Where's that list? Dude, I have to scroll up so much. Where's the Naturia Paleo? Should have just left it open. I closed it. Now I can't find it anymore. I know it was. I'm just gonna put the Naturia cards in my Paleo deck. I don't need to copy the list. Fine. I missed the stream. How did you find the Archfiend tutor targets in my Chimera deck? Very nice. The Eccentric and the Simul Archfiend, I think, is very good. For Harris. I like that. Is the new Forbidden Limited list in effect now? Tomorrow as well? Okay. someone said 6th of June when I asked the last time, but I guess that was because different time zone. Okay, so that's all tomorrow. Yeah, I'll be live tomorrow for the new. Let me copy this deck and just change. Yeah, I'm gonna be live tomorrow for the new cards and ban list. Naturia Paleo. So everyone gets out of here, and the tidying. What Naturia cards do we need? So it was 3 camellias, sunflower, 3 cricket, 3 trees, 2 blessing, and yugioh. No more cards can be added to this deck. Well, that's a problem. Got this for now. So this is the full Naturia package, right? I'm not missing anything. 3 trees, 2 blessing, all those monsters. Okay. So reasoning sucks now because we have so many monsters that we don't mill anything anymore. We take out Morganite. And then what do we need in the extra deck? Like we need a beast? We don't need a Barkion, surely. This is way too many normal summons? Nah. Fine. We play 1 Morganite. Just so I don't have to think about the last card. This. Maybe a draw trap for rollback? Yeah, I mean, let's just see what the cards do and then we can still decide on what we want to change. How is this deck so tight? It's 60 cards. This keeps happening to me. Do I need more, like, synchros? I'm confused. What kind of synchros were they running? Let me see if I can find it real quick. There it is. Oh, they're only playing the Beast and the Barkion. Nothing else. Glorious. All right. Let's cook some people with this. Is 2 blessing correct or a mistake? It seems fine. You don't want to draw it. But 1 could be too little if you're searching it. That would have been a banger going first, dude. Going first, we can't lose this game. All right, 60 card Bestials. See what it is. Branded, maybe? Looks like Credible Ecclesia. Into Albaz. They're near effect. Okay. I am playing grass, yes. Do you think they run Verte? Retribution. Oh, they get to branded fusion that way. Okay. That's annoying. Is branded just free for paleo regardless? Nah, branded is usually tough if they know what to do. Branded is very hard for paleo if they know what they're doing. It can be very easy if they don't know what they're doing. But it depends. Oh, Alba Lenitus. Okay. Don't know why. Maybe they have Mercuria in hand, and that way it plays around branded Ash on branded fusion. Yeah, maybe. Could be. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Right now, my hand just feels like I have a normal paleo hand, but I have one card that is vulnerable to a lot of cards that I shouldn't be vulnerable to. Like Valor, Mercurier, all that kind of stuff, right? Like normally I shouldn't care about these cards, but because I have that one Camellia, I do care about those cards. There's a golden sword soul. That's gonna summon the Quem from hand, right? Oh no, because it's banished. No, okay, it doesn't do anything. Oh, talents. Okay. Main phase 3 about to go hard. Branded sword as well. Come on, man. Yeah, going first, this would have gone hard. Like the Camellia would have basically cooked because I could have summoned Antjaw. Okay, Morganite is nice. Yeah, this game is gonna take a while, guys. I hate to break it to you. This game is well, it depends if they depending on how they use their Branded in Red into Guardian Chimera. We could also just die, but we'll see. I'm assuming this is Branded in Red hard draw because they went for banishment. It doesn't feel like my turn, to be honest, right now. Also, why? Like, I'm baiting evenly matched, and they are committing more into evenly matched. Like, what if I had evenly matched? Oh, that's why. Okay, they're trying to make this guy. All right, I see. All right, well. There's no point in summoning Camellia. This is what I mean. It's super weak to Dragostapelia. I would rather have a trap. Morganiting, setting 4, and hoping I survive. Yeah, giving me Albaz is crazy, because I could, if I was playing Alba Lenitas, yeah, okay, anyways. Or, yeah, Branded in general. In the main phase, they're using this. Also, curious. They are clicking every button in the history of buttons as soon as it shows up. They didn't have Branded in red. That's really good. They had 4 main phases. Yeah. Playing against Branded with this deck is a pain in the ass because of how long it takes if that deck is not stopped. Ever. Like, it's giga annoying. Why? Do I bother? Do they play Branded Beast? I can't really deal with Branded Beast. That card. Let me... Does that pop face downs? I get 1 card. Yeah, I kind of can't do that. I mean, they're playing 60 cards, right? So it's like not unlikely. Wait, why are you sending the Furious Dragon? That's like one of your best cards in this matchup. Ah, the Ash in 60. Obviously, yes. Why not? Why would it not be there? Yeah. All right, I mean, the Naturia card did exactly what I expected it to do, which is not make sense. Well, okay. It was unfortunate. The Ash was definitely too much. I'm pretty sure the Ash was top decked as well, right? Because we knew all the cards in their hand after turn 1. Yeah, Soldier Dragons wouldn't have been that great either. But the Soldier Dragon package is a lot smaller, right? The Soldier Dragon package is like, it's just 6 cards. The Naturia package is like 10. More than 10. It's a difference. All right, my hand is not good into a Rice Art, guys. It's also another game that going first, I cannot lose. Like, literally impossible. So, I don't want to go Trap Tantalizing Tune, because that gives them more material, and I don't want them to have 2 banishes. I want to set 5. I want to set 5, and I want to just Dynamishes this thing. I feel like. And then hope we can somewhat stabilize from that point on. They always pick middle. All right, well, that worked. Kashira preparations. Yeah, I hope they can't look at my hand. That would be terrible. Please don't look at my hand. Please don't have Ash. Okay, this synergy is cool, right? This is neat. This is not neat. Oh, come on, dude. You're so annoying. I hate you. Fine, we got two Book of Moon effects against Kashtira. Surely we're fine. Three Antjaw? I was more thinking like one Antjaw, right? Isn't one Antjaw enough? Because you can like, if you start with Mole Cricket, you can also get Antjaw, and if you start with Camellia, you just go Camellia, send Mole Cricket, and when they send Mole Cricket, they summon, you bring back Mole Cricket, and then yeah. That's fucked up. That's fine. Oh, they bring back that? Why would they bring back that one? Okay. Okay. Max TCG, thank you for the 17 months. Appreciate it. Beep, beep. No, they top deck the Cash Monster. Another Unicorn? That's the best one. It's at 2, man. They didn't have that last turn. I hate this game sometimes. That was the only one they could draw. Come on, man. I don't deserve this. That was the only out. I mean, no, I'll just have my food, dude. I don't care. Yeah, Deck Doctor's done. Good matchup. Going first, yeah. Like the last 3 games are 3 wins if I go first. It happens sometimes. I don't know how bad this matchup is. We'll find out, I guess. It depends a little bit on if they go for D-Safe Worm. I mean, probably yes, right? Everyone is doing terahertz. But we've bursted this deck before. Yeah, I know. We've beaten this before going second. I remember. But yeah, we'll see. I think another key thing that happened last time when we went second against this deck was they let me set all my cards and they didn't snipe a card out of my hand with Super Factorial. I can attempt to go battle phase. Force the Super Factorial before I set. That's also something I could do. But usually they go for D-Save for him, right? Dude, I hate all of these guys, but this one in particular. Like, it's always the one I feel the most hatred for in Cyber's decks is always the one that came up the most recently. Because that's always the one that reminds me that they still keep doing support for this stupid ass archetype. Like Cyber's in general, right? Like this is like, I think this is the most recent addition to the deck. I hate this one because they made it. The worst part is that they're doing it. They're playing the game on a freaking toaster. So they've had this disconnection symbol for the entire combo. And it's taken like 3 times as long as it normally would have, which is already far too long. This is... It's... I was hoping this version would be fun, but it's literally just so much worse than the actual deck. Like the pure version, it's just so much. Like every single hand, I have one dead card minimum. So going to the battle phase to bait evenly matched probably doesn't achieve anything unless they negate the trap tantalizing tune with the D-save worm. I want to like... I'll play it until I like... It's not as bad. I just want to like go first once or something. Not like get Omega comboed on every single time losing the coin flip. It's not a good showcase for the deck. I don't think the deck is better than Paleo, but I want to at least like be able to play the game once. Yeah, so much about that. Another good hand. Oh. Oh. Nice. Okay. Me on my way to get my mole cricket caught by the grave. Okay, that's fine. Fading the Ash Blossom is good. Oh. Oh, the Mudora is kind of nasty. All right. Well. Dude! I wonder what I'm gonna draw next turn. Definitely gonna get me out of the situation. Wait, what? Dude, they're shuffling my deck. We're out of the situation. Yes. Why did you do that? Ah! Oh, what? What? No! I did not consent to this. Bro! What? Mr. President, a monster has hit the field. Why is there a shifter? Is that Tearlament with Dimension Shifter? Is that a crossout target? Crossout is limited. This is the weirdest game I've ever played, I'm pretty sure. Why is there a Rhino Heart, dude? Think they have another Tearlament in hand? Well, they go Tear Cash. They go Gamba. Okay. I respect it. Not gonna work out for you. I respect it. This is just Tearlament with Shifter. Why did I just get Shifted on my... The fact that they reshuffled my deck. And then I drew Grass. And then they... Nah, I can't... I don't understand. Scripted duel. Dude, this is like one of those duels that they have at like the World Championship where they script it beforehand. So that they can read it and it has like some funny stuff happen. Because you can't make this shit up. And Jaw, dude. Is Sacred Tree like actually okay here? Like to set it? I feel like maybe it is. I mean, we're just doing major damage to their life points. Ellie the Neeble, thank you for the prime. Appreciate that. So now is when the ant jaws go crazy. Everyone get in here and all that, right? No, don't do that. Oh. That's so cringe. Cringe. Come on, man. Come on, man. Doesn't even do anything, dude. The mole cricket gonna return. Sick. Good job. You cannot attack my sunflower. Thank God I didn't banish my sunflower with the grass. I milled nothing. Get sunflowered. They normal summoned, right? That does nothing. What are you doing in the battle phase? What are you trying to do? Oh, yeah. All right. Good talk. I lost all 3 Leoncolias, by the way, to that grass situation earlier, which might actually turn out to be a problem. That's messed up. That is actually messed up. Curious, do I still have? Camellia's gone. How would you end games? I mean, here's the neat part. What if they just didn't end? Wouldn't that be cool? Put the homie shifter back into the deck. Hold on, the opponent mains shifter? I don't want to talk about it. None of your business, actually. What could they have here? I mean, one of them is Sasalik, which I don't really want to pop, but at the same time, it is annoying. This, well, Is the top card of my deck still Olenoids? I think so, right? I should get Olenoids. Olenoids on stream to stop chain blocking is probably a good idea. So, if I'm understanding this correctly, this Naturia Paleo version only wins in games where the normal Paleo deck is already super winning. Is what I'm getting. Isn't that based? I don't know. I feel like it's not that based. So they milled Birth, so I don't think there's a target for that. It's fine. Oh, I milled rollback. I think I knew that was there. Easy clap. This does not. It doesn't send if it doesn't book, so I just go tribute it. Oh, they have a discard for it. Okay. Oh, they have Havens in hand. Okay, I missed that. That's fine. Not the gigantic sprite. Oh, off the Salik? Okay, I missed that one. Oh, I could have copied Fiend Griefing. That would have been neat. Not, I mean, I don't really care about Rukolos. Wait. Now you add? I'm so confused about this game, dude. Theosis. There's no cross out, guys. They just put dimension shifter into Tearlaments. And they just shifted me when I activated grass to mill 20 cards. Yeah, they're playing Theosis without a single rank 7 to go into after they use it. Okay, dude. I feel like this is a good time to call it a day because I don't know what can top that. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know what could follow on the stream. We've won a game with the Naturia Paleo deck. We've defeated the most cursed dimension shifter Tearlament strategy. I think it's a successful stream. I think we're done. Thank you all for tuning in. Don't forget, I will be live tomorrow for the new pack and all that. So new ban list, new pack gaming tomorrow. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Hope you enjoyed the deck doctor, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. And there's also a new video going on to the YouTube channel later today. So !YouTube if you're not subscribed to that yet. Do me a favor and do that. I will send you guys over to Mr. Farfa, and I will see you guys all tomorrow, probably around the normal time when I start. I think so. I haven't made the plan yet, but around the normal time, maybe a little bit later. I don't know yet, but I'll be live tomorrow, and I'll see you guys then. Thanks for watching. Appreciate you guys. Peace.